First of all, welcome back after falling ill in your last fight. What exactly happened before your last fight that caused you to pull out after the weigh-ins?
Actually, before the weigh-ins, I was already dealing with like a little bit of stomach bug. Like I couldn't keep food up, and I figured, okay, whatever. Didn't cut a lot of weight, so it wouldn't have been an issue. And then as soon as I finished the weigh-ins, I started rehydrating and stuff like that, and it just got worse. And I thought it was gonna get better, so I stayed all day hoping like it's just gonna get better. I just gotta keep hydrating. But then when I started eating, I started throwing up, and I was like, okay, now it's like both ends. And then I waited, and around like midnight, my coach suggested we went to the emergency room to see if maybe they can give me some medicine to try to hold it down so I could still fight. And then around like 3:34, the doctor was kind of like, he gave me like liquid lidocaine so that I could, like I was really violently throwing up, so it would like ease the pain. And I stopped throwing up, so I, thought like maybe I could still fight. And everyone around me was like, don't even think about it. But then like when it became sensitive to just touch my stomach, we had to kind of decide not to do it, and see if we could maybe just reschedule it for a couple weeks later. I was supposed to last 24 to 48 hours. It was about a week before I was able to get back in the gym. So I don't know, it's just unfortunate events.
Was it just food poisoning or what?
They don't know if it was poisoning because I also had a fever and stuff. So they thought maybe it was a virus because I had like the fever and the chills. So they just gave me some medication to help with the vomiting. And I went back home. I tried to train like 2-3 days later and I threw up again. So I'm like, all right. So it took about a week to get out of my system. It was the easiest weight cut I ever had, so it kind of sucked. But, things happen. At least now Amanda's able to be here with the baby for this fight, and I just try to look at the good things.
And you said you were hoping to reschedule it. Was it specifically you wanted to fight Cynthia because you guys were matched up before, or did it really matter who you fought to get back in there?
I wanted to still fight Cynthia. I felt like it'd be fair to her, too. She prepared for a fight against me. It wasn't her fault. They were asking maybe to do it in Long Island, but I wasn't sure if it was going to be only a 24, 40-hour thing. The next card they had available was San Diego. I think she's from California, so it kind of worked out for her as well. And it was enough time that if she needed a recut weight, I don't know how much weight she cut, but if she did cut a good amount, I know 1 week's hard to do that all over again because we went all the way through to the weigh-ins. So I felt like 5 weeks, San Diego was good for both of us.
Looking at her past opponents, she's obviously lost 3 in a row, but it's like to the top 5 of this division. How do you think her skill set matches up with your previous opponents? Because you've also fought pretty much everyone in top 5 from the division below you.
I try not to look at fights like that because you can't compare how well someone's going to do compared to who they fought. Everyone's different styles make different fights. I have seen really good wrestlers in my division. We were both able to fight at 115, so us fighting at 125, I don't think it's going to be a huge difference size-wise. Maybe just we're going to be a little more healthier so we can bring out our better selves. But I feel like I have fought the best. I feel like Tatiana was the best wrestler in my division. I did fight that fight sick, but however, I felt like I did really well against her. Given maybe a minute more, I think I would have finished her. And then Claudia is also I feel like has a similar style to her. So I do feel like I've seen her before in other ways, especially in a gym. I come from a big gym with a lot of different styles. So it's nothing I haven't seen before, but, a fight's a fight. Anything can happen. I'm ready for anything.
Then finally, usually I've spoken to fighters when they go up a weight class. Like Dustin Poirier once said, it took him a while to feel like a lightweight rather than just a featherweight that wasn't cutting weights. So do you actually feel like a flyweight, or do you just feel like a bigger strawweight?
I feel like a bigger strawweight. I started my career as a flyweight, and that's where I felt my most powerful. I had my most finishes. I was able to have one-punch knockouts. But then they didn't have 125 when I decided to go into the UFC. And I wasn't going to fight on the local circuit anymore, I was making way more money doing what I was doing. So I made that decision based on that. And then I started climbing the rankings. So I got kind of stuck in that, and what's the trajectory to where it gets me to the top. And then you keep planning, like, if I get this fight or number, you get familiar with the names and the numbers. So I got stuck with that. Once I stopped looking at that and realized, like, I feel so strong at 125, it was a no-brainer, Like, I am a 125er. I trained with the girls in the house that were 125ers, and it was like, yeah, I'm a 125er.
Nini, right here. I was actually a little curious because we know about with Amanda and the separate facility, just you guys splitting from American Top Team. I want to know for yourself how you've enjoyed that transition, because obviously being at a big facility and big team like that and then making the move and doing your own thing, I'm assuming it has to be a big change from the norm.
I stayed at American Top Team. I did both. I trained in the morning at American Top Team. I went to Amanda and I's gym. I watched her sparrings. I coached her sparrings, and then I trained conditioning right after that. So I was actively in both gyms. I had good good training partners at American Top Team. I've been there for 15 years. I'm going to stay there until I'm finished with my career. But I also have the gym that I have with Amanda as well. They're 15 minutes away from each other. It's no difference to me. Amanda can pick whatever time she wants to train, and we work around that.
To ask the obvious question, is there a big momentum for the family? Obviously, her coming off the big win, I'd imagine it's hard not to show up and feel like you want to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said it didn't help. It was a really heavy camp going into it for both of us. You know, new things, new moves, a baby that's more active than she was. You know, so we kind of thrive on those situations. You know, being there, being her main coach for that fight, you know, it motivated me to be like, gave me more confidence. I know what I'm talking about. I just need to put it together. And seeing her be able to do it, it made me feel like, yeah, I can do this too.
Thank you.
There it is. Nina, right here. Only because you just alluded to it, a baby that's more active. What can you elaborate more on that? I'm interested to hear how that's more challenging for you.
Man, she won't stay with anyone but Amanda and I. It's been like that since she's been born. But from the time she wakes up, she maybe takes a 20, 30-minute nap, and then she's up to like 11 at night. And she is like you can hear her out there screaming. She doesn't walk to anything. Everything's a sprint. She just has so much energy. But, you know, I was like that as a kid. I think Amanda was like that as a kid. But it gives me more energy. I know people get tired from that, but it actually like keeps me on my toes, and I enjoy it, and it's so much fun seeing her. But in the gym, like, she doesn't like when Amanda and I spar each other. She'll be like, "Mommy, Mama, no!" You know, she gets like that feeling when we start to go in a different zone, and she doesn't like it. So it's been difficult trying to keep her entertained. But we have good friends around us that like will hang out with us while she's in the gym with us, while we're training, that kind of keep her entertained. But man, that kid is nonstop.
She's how old now?
She'll be 2 in September.
So when she sees you guys sparring, she's starting to recognize like,
oh yeah,
mommies, they're fighting each other.
She doesn't like it. She doesn't like it. She'll like be like, "Mommy, Mommy," like she'll be like, "No, don't," and then like. You stay focused because you're used to it at this point, but in the back of your head, you're kind of smiling because it's like, you know, we don't want her to fight, but like she walks into the gym and like runs to the punching bag and starts hitting it. So we're like, oh my God. So I don't know, you know, we don't want her to fight, but she sees it every day. You know, we're going to take a little break right now. You know, we're both going to have fights. So take her somewhere away from that.
Yeah. You haven't experienced a 3-fight losing streak since 2011. Does that weigh on you at all heading into this fight with it potentially looming?
No, because like in the beginning of my career, those fights were me training I wasn't training, I was working full time and taking those fights against like Carla Esparza, Barb Honchak, and going to super close decisions, ones that even I thought I won with no experience. So I don't base those on where I am now. My last 2 fights, I had strep throat when I fought Tatiana, and I just gave birth when I fought Mackenzie. So I do not weigh in on like, oh, I lost 2. Like I weigh in like, wow, like I did that, but now you're gonna see the real me. You know?
Do you feel like this is the fresh, you know, like a brand new start?
Yeah,
for you?
I mean,
this is the one.
I'm here 100% now. I wasn't then, but you know, my head was watching Amanda fight and be active, and I just gave birth and looked at myself like, oh my God, I'm fat and sitting here like no purpose. And I just was like, if I take a fight, I know I have to get in shape, and that's what happened. And then I lost, so it was not a good idea, but it started the ball rolling again.
And the last thing for me, looking at Amanda, what would you like to see next for Amanda, given what's out there for her now that she's back at champ status? Just curious what your thoughts are.
You know, personally, there are girls that are coming up at 35. However, I would like to see her versus Valentina for a 3rd time so it could be silenced, you know? Amanda's in a different place right now. You know, she's very comfortable. She's very good. But, you know, it'd have to be the right conditions. And it'd have to make sense. But that's what I would like to see.
Interesting that you use the word silence, considering she holds the 2 wins over. Is that just because Valentina keeps talking about it?
Yeah, I mean, she says, "Oh, I think I won the last one." Well, you have to definitively beat the champ. I thought Amanda won that fight. I watched it again. I thought she still won it. The first one wasn't even close. Amanda killed her the first 2 rounds, and then the third round she kind of got a little lackadaisical because she knew won the first 2. So she clearly won the first fight. That, you know, they're trying to say both fights were no. The first one Amanda clearly won. The second one, okay, it could have been close, but in the end Amanda won. Should there be a third one so Amanda can do what she just did when there was another controversial win? I think I would like to see it.
Thank you, Nina.
Would you call it a bit of a family rivalry because now being at 125 isn't your eventual target also now, Valentina?
You know, I don't think of it like that. I never think of rivalries. I'm one of those fighters. It's really hard to get me mad or hate my opponent. You know, I've been training in combat sports since I was 6 years old. You know, I used to fight my brother. Like, to me, this is just like a sport, and I don't think of anything like that. I just think of it as going in there and being the most skilled. Yeah, she's the champion, and if it goes that way, I'm gonna fight her. But there's not gonna be any bad blood. Like, it's just going to be like, you're the best, and I want to be where you are, and we're going to fight for it, and that's it.
was fine with me. I know at one point they were talking that you were going to be maybe back here.
Oh my god. Dude. What's the end game? What is the mic that I should use? Is that there? There's one. Okay. My bad. Hey, oh, look at that. Oh, certified. Part of the organization. Vamos lá. Oh. Você só vai me escutar, você não vai me ver que eu tô aqui mocado aqui atrás.
First of all, welcome to San Diego. I'm just curious, what are the nerves leading into, I believe this is your UFC debut, correct?
Primeiro de tudo, bem-vindo a San Diego. Como é que você está se sentindo em termos assim, como é que estão os nervos? Se eu não estou errado, essa é a tua estreia no UFC, né?
Isso. Estou muito realizada. Naturalmente a gente está se adaptando, né? Mas estou muito ansiosa para mostrar meu trabalho.
Naturally, I obviously feel very accomplished. Feel like a dream come true. Naturally, I'm adapting, but just very kind of ready to show my work.
Then a lot of you, over the last few years, a lot of fighters that are making their debut, they debut in the Apex in front of no fans. You're debuting in UFC San Diego with a full crowd. Your opponent trains fairly close to the city, so I guess are you viewing this as maybe hostile territory, and what are you expecting from the fans on Saturday?
Nos últimos 2 anos, especialmente, muitos atletas têm feito a estreia deles lá no Apex, num ambiente muito menor e também sem torcida, sem nada. Além de você fazer a tua estreia com fãs numa arena de verdade, você também está lutando contra um oponente que luta aqui do lado. Então, você está vendo como se fosse território hostil? Está jogando fora de casa?
Sim, sim. Eu gosto de ser subestimada. Eu gosto da sensação de que eu tô na casa da minha adversária. Não é a primeira vez. Já passei muitas vezes por isso. Então essa é só mais uma. E quando fecha a jaula, é só eu e ela. Então não tem torcida, não tem nada. Meu alvo é ela.
Yeah, it's just I do feel that that's the sensation. I've gone through this many times. I've had this sensation many times. I understand that it's I like the sensation of actually feeling on the road. And there's something about when that I've done this many times, and to me, whenever that case closes, she's my target, and it doesn't matter anyways.
And you've been much more active than her. I believe on Saturday it will have been 1 year exactly from her last fight. You fought several times since then. Do you believe that will play a factor, being that you've been the more active fighter?
Faz 1 ano, mais ou menos, que ela não luta. E para você, você voltou muito nesse período, né? How long was it? Did you say? It's been a, okay. Então faz mais ou menos 1 ano. E para você lutou muitas vezes desde então. Você acha que isso é uma vantagem para você ter lutado várias vezes?
Sim, sim. Eu acho que isso vai me favorecer muito, minha experiência, e que eu venho já de uma luta recente, há 3 meses. Querendo ou não, a gente já dá uma adaptada melhor. Eu acho que eu vou ter essa vantagem também. Porque quando chega lá em cima, a gente tem que saber controlar a adrenalina. E eu passei, há 3 meses atrás, eu passei por isso. Então, para mim, eu acho que isso eu estou na vantagem.
Yeah, I do feel that way, especially because it's the adapting process. I mean, think about this. I've gone through this 3 months ago. And the experience really helps. One of the things that you need to do when you get up there is control your adrenaline. And 3 months ago, I was doing that. So I feel that I've had experiences that have led me to be more prepared just for this particular situation.
And finally, for me, just looking at your records, you have a lot of knockout victories. She has a lot of knockout victories. Is it just safe to say the winner of this is probably going to win by knockout?
Última pergunta minha. Você tem muitas vitórias por nocaute. Ela também tem muitas vitórias por nocaute. Seguro dizer que a luta de vocês vai acabar com o nocaute também?
Sim, sim. Vai acabar numa guerra. Se não sair nocaute ou finalização, vai sair uma guerra. Porque essa luta promete muito.
Yeah, it's going to be a war, and if it's not going to be a knockout or a submission, I can tell you that it's going to be a war, and this fight promises a lot.
Right over here. For a lot of fans, this is going to be their very first introduction to you. Can you just tell us a little bit about yourself? How were you first introduced to martial arts?
Para muitos fãs vai ser a primeira vez que eles vão te ver. Então, você poderia dizer, contar pra gente como é que... Se apresentar um pouquinho no sentido de como é que você começou a lutar artes marciais?
Eu comecei nos meus 14 anos de idade. Me estreiei no profissional com meus 14 anos de idade. Eu comecei a treinar através que minha família sofreu agressão. E eu comecei a treinar para me defender, defesa pessoal. Mas acabei gostando e fui lutar profissional. MMA profissional e estou aqui até hoje.
Só deixa eu fazer uma pergunta para dar contexto para ele, que eu não escutei direito. Você falou que a sua família sofreu agressão ou na sua família você sofreu agressão?
Não, minha família, minha mãe e minhas tias.
Sofreu agressão, perfeito.
Isso.
Só para dar contexto certinho, desculpa escutar. I just wanted to give you context I can hear. So I debuted at 14 years old actually in the fighting in the pros, and the reason why I started going into martial arts is for self-defense, and I confirm it with her exactly what she meant by that. The women in my family, my mother and such, they suffered domestic violence. So I did it to defend myself, and I ended up liking it, and I just ended up continuing to fight. And my debut was at 14 years old, so that's how I started MMA.
With your family, obviously, in that, did they want you to continue fighting, like, obviously to defend yourself, but how were they like when you said, I want to fight professionally, I want to do this as a job?
E a sua família, como é que foi esse apoio ou a visão deles em relação a isso? Eles pensaram assim, poxa, eu entendi que você começou a lutar para se defender, mas eles apoiaram você em partir para a parte profissional e lutar realmente para viver?
Sim, sim. Minha mãe sempre me apoiou muito, porque até mesmo foi um meio de escape para mim. Então, sempre tive apoio da minha família e aquele meio de segurança, né? Que a gente nunca quer que aconteça o mal. Então, quando a gente tem aquilo para se prevenir, é bem melhor.
Yeah, very supportive. My mom was very supportive, especially because she understood that it was a way for me to escape. It was a way out of the life that we had, and as an added bonus, we always going to have that as the defense mechanism. We actually have something to defend ourselves, which is very important for things not to happen again. You don't want anything bad happening to you and your family.
And my final question, at 20 years old, you're one of the younger fighters on the UFC roster. Do you think that helps you in that you haven't had to think about as much of the business and the other parts of being a professional? It's happened quickly and you really just get to focus on the fighting and growing as a fighter.
Última pergunta minha. Você, aos 20 anos de idade, é uma das lutadoras mais jovens do UFC. Você acha que isso contribui porque você não está pensando em um monte de outras coisas que outras lutadoras têm que pensar? Por exemplo, a parte de negócios, a marca, tudo que envolve você estar numa carreira, você vem com a mentalidade de, poxa, eu sou jovem, eu estou focada na luta em si e a minha juventude me ajuda nisso?
Sim, sim. Desde cedo venho trabalhando isso, venho trabalhando meu psicológico, que é um evento grande, muito grande. É o sonho de todo atleta estar aqui. Então, eu estou realizando esse sonho e eu tento, no máximo, não me deslumbrar com o evento, e sim, nesse exato momento, focar na minha adversária, porque o foco é ela e, com certeza, eu quero dar o show. Para mim dar o show, eu tenho que estar focada.
Yeah, I've actually been working a lot on my psyche and the psychological side of my mind, and this is because I understand that this is a big event. It is a huge event, and in order for you to actually beat your opponent, in order for me to beat her, I need to be focused, and in order to be focused, you have to pay attention specifically at the matter at hand. So yes, to me it's an advantage. I've always been very focused about this.
Thank you.
and to put on a show. By the way, the term that was used, to put on a show because that's what people want.
Can I make a question?
Yeah.
What do you know about Yazmin Jauregui, and what makes you accept the fight so close to the event?
O que você conhece da Yazmin e o que fez você aceitar a luta com tão pouco tempo a lutar?
Ah, o que eu conheço que Yasmin é invicta, é strike. Ela é a número 1 do país dela. Ela vem do boxe. Então, o que me fez aceitar foi o evento, né, em si também, que eu acho que ninguém iria recusar. E que eu vi que também que a Yasmin encaixava no meu jogo.
What I know about her is that she's undefeated. She's number 1 in her country. She comes from boxing. And also the event itself. How could I turn this down? The opportunity to be in an event like this, and also because I do think that it's a good matchup to fight her.
Thank you.
Good. Excuse me. I just wanted to know the UFC announced this morning, I think, that they're heading back to Brazil in January. I wanted to get your thoughts on that card, and if all goes well Saturday night, can we possibly see you on the Brazil card?
Olha, sobre aquele anúncio hoje de manhã de que o UFC voltará ao Brasil. Só gostaria de saber o que você tem em pensamentos gerais em relação ao UFC voltando para o Brasil e, de repente, se tudo dá certo, agora no sábado, você poderia estar naquele card no Brasil, dia 21 de janeiro?
Sim, sim. A gente estava até pensando nisso. Seria ótimo lutar em casa, sentir a vibração e lutar no UFC Brasil, né? Na minha casa, naquela energia. E para mim seria ótimo se me encaixar no evento. Estou aqui para trabalhar e colocar adversária. Estou pronta para trabalhar.
Yeah. We thought about it. We were even talking about it before. I mean, wouldn't it be great to be at home? In my home to feel the energy of the people, and if everything goes well on Saturday, I mean, just find me an opponent and I'll fight her.
Hi, good afternoon. People is saying that Yazmin Jauregui is one of the best prospects for UFC. Do you see her in that way? Do you think she's one of the best prospects?
Fala-se muito que a Yazmin Jauregui é dos melhores prospectos do UFC, jovens entrando agora. Você vê dessa maneira que ela realmente é uma pessoa que, se puxa ela, tá vindo, chegando.
Não vou tirar o mérito dela, mas acredito que não é isso tudo, porque Yasmin é nova também. Eu sou nova, mas eu venho de várias lutas, tenho mais experiência. Então acredito que seja eu e não ela.
I don't want to take her merit away, but you know what? I wouldn't put it that way because she's young. I'm young. She comes from having fights in her past, but I've come from at my young age, a lot of experience. So I believe it's not her, it's me.
And another thing, I don't know if you know that also Yazmin was bullied when she was young, and she started in the MMA sport because of that. How important is this sport for women in order to defend yourself?
Não sei se você sabe, mas a Yazmin também começou no MMA para se defender, porque ela sofreu bullying antes, ela foi realmente sofreu esse mesmo desafio que você sofreu, e a pergunta que fica é: o quão importante que você acha que é o esporte, que é o MMA, que são as artes marciais, para uma mulher, em termos de se defender e crescer na vida?
Eu tiro por mim. A gente se sente mais confiante. A gente entra, apesar de a gente ser um atleta feminina, a gente entra em vários desafios. Não só no esporte, mas na vida pessoal. Então, o esporte ele é meio que dá uma confiança para a gente. Meio se defender.
It builds confidence. I feel more confident. And you know what? It's not just in sports, but also in life. Sports allow us to come into, as being female athletes, we already have that challenge, but it helps us overcome that challenge, and it helps us beyond the realm of sports. So, in life as well, to defend ourselves. I do believe that. Ace? Just Jose, just wanted to say something. There was one moment that she mentioned she likes the term that she used, I like to be underestimated, in one of the answers. I just wanted to make sure that I forgot that. Okay, I like that feeling of being underestimated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Loopy. All right.
Hi.
It was for a while. We were used to seeing you every few weeks. So I guess what took so long to get back in there?
I don't know. Ask me. Ask the UFC. I'm ready.
And this fight, I believe, was scheduled for October, and then it bumped all the way up to August. So what exactly led to this like 2 months fast forward to this fight?
Yeah, I mean, I think they were losing fights or something, and they just asked me. I say, yeah. Well, my team and I decided, yeah, why not? Might as well do it now. You're ready, and yeah, we agreed to it.
And this fight is at 120 pounds rather than 115. Could you have made the strawweight limit, or were you happy that they bumped it up 5 pounds for this fight?
Yeah, no, I could make 115 if I really wanted to, but I was the one that say, okay, 120, just because I don't want to put my body through a weight cut like that again, because I done it in the past, and yeah, I just rather feel good, be strong, instead of have like a big weight cut that I can do and I can make, but there's no point to it.
Then looking at Angela, she has a lot of UFC records at strawweight, like most fights, most total fight time in the octagon, former Invicta champ. What do you make of her skill set as an opponent on Saturday?
Yeah, I think it's great. I think that's gonna really help me to look even better than ever in the cage, because if she's good, if she's it's just really good. I can be even better just to show my skills.
And then in her last fight, she said, like, oh, I fought a person that was like, they grappled her for 15 minutes. Is that the blueprint to beat Angela Hill now? Is it out there, given all the fights she's had?
Yeah, I mean, my grappling is there, like I can definitely take the fight anywhere I want. If I feel good in the feet, I may just stay standing up and show my boxing skills or my kickboxing skills, But that I'll see that night.
And then finally, obviously, there's a large Hispanic audience that lives here in San Diego, but she does train here in San Diego. So who do you think will be the fan favorite on Saturday?
Me. Easy.
Hi, Loopy. Can I speak in Spanish?
Sí,
Okay.
claro.
¿Cómo te sientes de representar a México en esta función de UFC?
Bueno, pues me siento muy contenta y pues va a haber muchísimo latino ahí echándonos porras a todos los latinos que vamos a estar peleando y pues emocionada ya, la verdad que ya no puedo aguantar más para el sábado.
Perdón, vas por tu tercera victoria consecutiva. ¿Qué nos puedes decir de las últimas dos y de qué te puede servir esa confianza para salir por esta tercera?
Bueno, pues las que he ganado en el pasado, eso para mí está en el pasado y yo no trato de que eso venga, estoy súper confiada, voy a ganar, no. Esas fueron diferentes peleas, pero ahora haz de cuenta que voy entrando de 0-0, ¿no? Y simplemente pues enfocada para este sábado.
Tengo entendido que emigraste muy joven de México a causa de presiones de grupos delictivos a tu familia.
Ujú.
¿Qué hay de cierto? ¿Qué nos puedes platicar de esa dura historia que te tocó vivir?
Sí, pues fue un cambio difícil, porque pues imagínate, ¿no? De tener a tu familia allá, de tener a tus amigos, de tener pues tu vida a los 14 años y de repente, bueno, tienes que salir corriendo pues para otro país. Pues sí, fue difícil, pero al mismo tiempo pues estuvo bien, ¿no? Porque mírame, tuve la oportunidad de conocer MMA, o sea, la Mixed Martial Arts allá en Canadá, y no sé si en México hubiera tenido la oportunidad de hacer eso. Entonces, pues, o sea, todo pasa por algo, ¿no?
¿Tuvo que ver esa situación en elegir este deporte?
No. Simplemente desde que he estado chiquita siempre he sido media aguerrida, ¿no? Siempre molestando, picoteando, siempre haciendo chillar a los niños y así, ¿no? Entonces siempre como que lo he tenido en la sangre, ¿no? Ese tipo de forma de ser, pues. Entonces pues lo vi en la tele y dije, yo quiero hacer eso, y pues de ahí me agarré y empecé a entrenar.
¿Te sientes mexicana 100%? Me imagino. ¿Qué le dices a los aficionados mexicanos que puedan seguir esta función?
Bueno, pues sí, me siento muy mexicana. Y pues que no se la pierdan, va a estar buenísima este sábado. Van a haber muchísimos latinos peleando y pues vamos a llevar la noche se va a poner buena, pues.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Lupita, hola, por acá.
Hola.
Te quería preguntar, ¿qué puedes decir del MMA femenil mexicano en este momento, no? O sea, lo digo por el debut de Yazmin, si mal no estoy, la última mexicana en debutar fuiste tú. ¿Qué sientes de compartir cartelera con ella? Y sobre todo el momento, ¿no? Porque no estuvimos muy lejos también de tener aquí a Alexa Grasso. Imagínate lo que hubiera sido esa noche en especial, ¿no? Pero ¿qué sientes del momento que se vive?
Sí, no, pues la verdad súper contenta, y estamos viendo que estamos creciendo, ¿no? Cada vez hay más chavas entrenando y haciendo su debute y pues empezando la carrera de pelea. Y pues contenta de ser parte de eso, la verdad, y contenta de que pues voy a tener a Yazmin en la carrera, o sea, vamos a estar juntas, ¿no? Peleando en la cartelera, y pues se va a poner padre el sábado.
De tu proceso dentro de UFC, ¿cómo te sientes? No sé, has acostumbrado a las peleas de corto aviso, estuvo impresionante, creo que, si no me equivoco, fueron 3 peleas en 6 semanas, ¿no? Con la pelea que tuviste una semana a otra. ¿Cómo te sientes en tu proceso y que se te comience a identificar así, ¿no? Como que estás lista para la batalla, ¿no?
Sí, pues mira, simplemente lo veo como, pues este es mi trabajo, ¿no? Es como si te hablan ahorita y te dicen, oye, ¿estás preparado tu micrófono? Todo? Pues sí, lo traigo, ¿no? Pues igualito. Y pues es lo que hago todos los días, es lo que me gusta hacer, lo que me encanta, y pues aquí estamos.
Muchas gracias.
Loopy right here. I was curious, you win the LFA championship and then you've had a very active career in the UFC. For yourself, how would you assess how you've been doing now that you've been in the world's biggest promotion with the short notice fights and just great performances?
Yeah, I think we're doing a good job, my team and myself. Also, like my management is being amazing, I think we're taking the right steps forward.
And then I have a question because many Mexican fighters on the card, obviously Brandon Moreno got a piece of the title back. Do you feel like, people talk about, for example, in England, oh, the fans are amazing, Australia, the fans are amazing. Do you feel like this is an opportunity for the Mexican fighters to put on a show and kind of tell the UFC, tell Dana, hey, it's time to bring the UFC back to Mexico too?
Oh yeah, for sure, and I know they know that. I know they know that Mexicans were pretty passionate and pretty crazy, and we bring the heat. And yeah, I think this Saturday is gonna be a good show for that.
And from your team will you have in the corner on Saturday?
Ken, Nabil, and Colin.
Gotcha. Good luck.
Thank you. Good. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Dom. I would say welcome to San Diego, but you live here. I know in the MMA Hour you said you didn't know if you were going to stay at the hotel or your own house. So what did you decide on?
The hotel is gorgeous. I'm grateful. Thank you, UFC, for giving us an awesome hotel this time around. So I've been here.
And then you've long said there were a few things you wanted for your next fight. Fans were an important one. The name, obviously above you, ranked fighter. So could it have gone more perfectly fighting in your backyard against someone ranked above you with fans?
Shockingly, no. Plus health, the health on top of it, being healthy. So fans are going to get the best version of me. I'm grateful that I can give that here in this place too.
And you've pointed to that 1 year stretch where you had you did 3 championship fights in less than 12 months, 3 5-round fights. Since then, it's been 3-round fights outside of the Cejudo preparation. That was obviously the pandemic, so a little weird. So did you have to adjust anything in camp or go back to what you were doing to prepare for these 5-round fights?
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I did. I had to go back to an old rule book of sprint routines and sparring rounds, but the good news is I had those other rounds to build myself up. So the snowball was rolling, it was growing. I didn't have to have any layoffs in between my sparring sessions, so I can't count how many sparring sessions I've had, how many live wrestling rounds I've had. I no longer have to come back from a deficit, so that feels really good on my body, and I just feel ready to perform because of it.
And obviously you do your homework on all your opponents, but now that you are an analyst and a broadcaster, you do really have to pay attention to not just your division, but everyone as a whole. Have you had you called any of Cheeto's past fights, like cage-side?
Yeah, I have. Against my will, I don't really like calling the fights of the guys in my division because obviously they probably get a little annoyed by what I'm saying, but producer likes to put me there. He likes to get me in those positions where it's I think it creates some buzz when I'm there. But I've asked to not be there if I can help it sometimes.
So going off of that, when did Cheeto get on your radar as a possible opponent for the future? Because it did take him a while to get into this top 5, but after his last few wins over Frankie and Rob Font, it propelled.
Well, yeah, you got to remember, I was ranked low too. I wasn't even in the rankings when I started this run again. So he wasn't in the rankings, and then he was ranked above me at one point, and wasn't even saying my name because he was fighting Jose Aldo's, and then he lost to Jose Aldo, and that put him back down in the rankings while I happened to be winning. So we kind of just passed each other by ranking-wise, I guess you would put it, from a business standpoint. And then he stayed really busy, and with his action of being busy, he got himself propelled back up in the division, and that put him ahead of me because of his activity. I've been kind of taking my time, taking fights at the dates that my body felt good because of, like you said earlier, about the three title fights in a year. Not a lot of world champions have done that, and I'm one of them that has. There's a handful of us. And so you feel that, if you go to any, let's say, college football season or NFL football season, part of the analytics of who will win the Super Bowl or that end, Rose Bowl or end game has to do with who had the longer season, who had more games, who had harder games, who had more injuries during the season, right? Fighting shouldn't be looked at any different. So I've kind of, kept my body in the shape it needs to be, stayed healthy, and I feel like I can go out there and perform at my best. And it works for everybody. It works for the organization to get the best version of me. Being the UFC, it works for the fans. So I'm happy to be here.
Just looking at his past wins and losses, lately he's been getting it done with his striking, but he actually has more submission wins than knockout wins. So just looking at his skill set, what really stands out to you, or is he just a complete well-rounded fighter?
Well, the inobvious always stands out to me about people. I try to look for the inobvious. That's the stuff that usually makes the difference. So the inobvious thing that I believe makes Vera the most dangerous, ironically enough, are his losses. That's what makes him dangerous. He's felt the other side of things, and now he's felt the winning momentum of things. So I think the people that he's lost to have taught him a lot of lessons, and he's adapted well. And having that, I attribute it to having a Hispanic background for myself, the toughness, the tenacity, the not complain and keep working. he's got that, and he brings that into his fights.
And then just looking at the rest of the division, there are a lot of just like main event caliber fights in your division specifically, and even ESPN yesterday had that list of ranking the divisions. They put bantamweight right below lightweight. So this division essentially did start with you and Uriah back when they absorbed WEC. Can you remember a time when there was this much buzz and this much hype around the top 15 of your division?
Well, that was the time that I remember it. When me and him had our rivalry, it really helped set a water line for this division. For 145 as well, Aldo, Faber was a big part of that. Without his rivalry and that team Alpha Male, and me fighting so many of their teammates, it made me a lot stronger, a lot better. I'm grateful for that rivalry. It taught me a lot. And we're all, the dust is settled with all that. We moved on and stuff, and the fight world has continued to move on. And now because I don't think it's just the bantamweight division, it's also the work of the UFC moving to international, being on ESPN, and not, started on Spike, went to Versus, went to Fox, now on ESPN.
Fuel TV, I think you
Fuel TV as well, yeah. So it's like watching the progression of the TV broadcasts that we're on, and then how many shows are they having a year right now? It's incredible.
50+, yeah.
So 50-something shows a year, that puts way more fighters. It gives us way more jobs. It creates way more main events. So with all that, the sport's naturally, the level has gone up. With more athletes, more talent can come in. And moving internationally, the way that the UFC has done, it's a worldwide sport. It's the fastest growing sport in the world.
Well, kind of going off of that, like you mentioned, like Spike TV to Fox and Fuel and now ESPN, do you think the UFC is big enough to just have their own in-house production and their own streaming service, or do you think they do need that broadcast partner?
I kind of thought they were doing that already, to be honest. Yeah, you got the Contender Series, that's called Dana White's Contender Series. I'm pretty sure he got tired of these other organizations feeding the UFC, so he's like, you know what, we can feed the UFC. You can see it already. And the ones on the Contender usually get the best push. Why? That's not an accident, because they're from in-house. Same thing with the Ultimate Fighter. Started with the Ultimate Fighter. If you won the Ultimate Fighter championships, you generally get a good push, marketing-wise, from the UFC, whatever else, because that's an in-house promotion that, why wouldn't you promote the guys that you already dumped the money into? You already put the TV cameras on them. You already have all this storyline for them. So Dana White's Contender Series does that, and that began with the Ultimate Fighter, and it's still being used. They're already doing it.
Then finally, unrelated to this fight, I was going through your Instagram a few weeks ago. You posted a photo of your face as a kid. You were like attacked by a Rottweiler or something like that. What exactly happened to cause that?
That's funny that you asked. That's funny that you saw that. It's just, I was at a race with my mom. She was doing some sort of race, and I went to give the Rottweiler a kiss on the face because I love dogs, and that didn't work out very well. And the dog attacked my face and almost took my eye out. And I took that picture because I had just gotten stitches, and I remember specifically being pissed off, angry in that moment that I let myself get bit in the face by a dog. My mom saved me though. She grabbed that dog. The power of a mom, let me tell you. She grabbed that dog, that 150-pound Rottweiler, and chucked it off of me, I was told. I was obviously getting attacked. I don't know, but pretty impressive stuff from my mom on that one. Saved me.
Hey, Dominic. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first fight between two UFC commentators because he's part of the broadcast team in Spanish. Does that do anything for the bragging rights coming out of this one for you?
I didn't know I could brag about being a commentator.
First one to win the first commentator versus commentator fight in UFC history.
Man, two guys in suits. All right, let's go. Sounds like Anchorman.
I feel like I know the answer to this one. Have you ever heard about him commentating one of your fights?
I don't know. Has he? I don't know. I don't keep track, man. I let people say what they're going to say. I can't control that. I don't make the rules. I just show up and fight.
Do you know if DC has finally been watching more film?
Doubt it. Doubtful. But again, I've learned to let go of control. DC's gonna do DC. He's good at. I call him the golden fluffer. He's like, whatever you want to hear, he will say it, and he will make you love him. So that's his gift of gab.
Being back in your town, what is your go-to way of telling your friends that you don't have free tickets to give them?
I actually had to tell somebody that I'm getting so many text messages that I get to turn my phone off at a certain point because, you got to try to be loving about it. We belong to the people, but it's like, it's fascinating to me, especially this day and age with the internet. The internet has the answers to everything. And you're going to ask me? Like, just go on the internet. Look up UFC, whatever the event is. It's not hard to find tickets. But no, I don't have free tickets to give. The UFC doesn't just go, hey, Dominic, since you're main eventing, we're going to go ahead and give you whatever seats you want for people. Like, it doesn't work that way. They got to make money. It's still a business. So lovingly, I appreciate that you're reaching out. I appreciate the support. It's kind of crazy, but in the end, I am just fighting a human being to the death. So I can honestly say, like, support me. I got to get through. Support me. Thank you. I got to get through this.
Thanks.
Dominic, right here. Sorry, right over here. When you first sat down in your first answer, you just mentioned and you alluded to your health. How do you feel right now heading into this fight? And how maybe have you evolved your training methods to ensure that you are in peak shape?
Yeah, it's been a tricky thing because I always have sparred a lot, and you just have to take, I still have to keep doing that sparring. I still have to keep doing it because that's how I prepare. So to keep that level of work ethic and amount of rounds, I just had to add a lot more physical therapy. And the UFC's been amazing. With the health insurance that they offered us, they'll take care of us if you talk to them. And then you've got the UFC PI. I live in Vegas, obviously, so I can go there and use that anytime I want. But I do my camps here, so I can get PT. UFC helps support me on some of that. And PT is to keep you from getting hurt before you get hurt. If you're doing that 2, 3, 4 times a week, it really keeps the muscles loose, it keeps the body loose, and that really has helped. But I can honestly say that I made the 20s really hard on myself with decision making, with mind, with thought process, with the stress. I've heard a lot from interviewers that I seem more calm. I think that's just because of the maturity of just living life and having wins and losses and learning how to, be more grateful for things instead of attaching to things. And that's really helped me, I think, keep from getting hurt too, is the mindset. Your mindset's, you can manifest a lot of injuries just by being stressed. It doesn't even necessarily have to be the training itself. It can be your thought process going into training. And I think that for sure I wasn't dealing with stress the best a lot, if there was a right and wrong way to put it, in my 20s. And I'm doing the best I can now to kind of keep things as calm as possible until I need to hype things up.
Do you feel like you're still in your prime, or maybe entering a rebirth of your prime? The only reason why I asked that is because you're obviously entering a stage of your career. You're going to be 37 soon, where some people might wonder, if this is coming towards the end. But at the same time, we all know you missed a lot of fights. You left a lot of fights on the table given your injury history. So do you feel like you're still in your prime? Because we've heard you talk about wanting to fight the guys above Chito after this, which means you must clearly think you're still gunning for a championship.
I do think why would I do this if I wasn't gunning for a championship? It'd be pretty useless, in my opinion. I'm doing this for the possibilities. So we don't know what's going to happen, but I'm in it and I choose it. The ironic part that I always think is funny is how people say that I left a lot of fights on the table when I'm trying to come back, the only conversation was ring rust and he's had so much time off, how can he win? So how can you have both? Which is it? Is it hard to come back and win after being out for a long time? Or did you have time off and leave fights on the table? Is the question I would not just leave to media, but to everybody out there thinking about this. Like, which is it? Is it I came back after layoffs and fought the best on the planet that had been continually active And people are supposed to say that that's what you're supposed to do if there was a right and wrong. And I come back and beat those guys on a 5-fight win streak with 5 finishes. I've been off 3 years. I come in and smash them. And now it's, oh, well, he's fresh because he left fights on the table. So it's like, it's all framework. Anything can be framed however it wants to be framed to work for you. And how it works for me is I'm going to come back and win. Ring rust doesn't exist. And that worked for me because as long as I put in the live rounds and take the beatings in practice, the ass whoopings that I take in practice don't feel a lot different than the ass whoopings I take on a fight night. They both hurt. They both suck. So just prepare that way. And I do think I'm on my way towards the title. Why wouldn't I be, you know? I'm in the top 8 on my 3rd title run, facing a guy that's about 8 years younger than me. It's really pissed off about something. I haven't figured out what yet, but it should be interesting.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hey, Dom.
What's up?
What's up, man? So you've had a lot of great trash talking moments in your career, but I think one of my favorite Dominick Cruz quotes of all time is, "The greatest moment in my life was realizing I didn't need a belt to be happy." So when you wake up nowadays and that alarm goes off in the morning, I'm just wondering what makes Dominick Cruz happy.
Yeah, it's a good question, especially your hat says happy day.
Happy dad, happy dad.
Can't read apparently, that's why I fight. Well, happy. What makes you happy is, you know, a man cannot be at ease until he is at ease with himself. That's Shakespeare quote. So once you get at ease with yourself, it takes a lot of time, and the way that I've gotten to choose that is and find that way of being is being trapped in my own body for 6 months, 3 years at a time. And what I mean by trapped in my own body is when you blow your knees out and you get your career taken from you when you're at the highest level, and you're forced to, you know, a lot of my identity was as an athlete during that early years. And when that got taken from me, I didn't know who I was. And I was forced into figuring that out and forced into living my life without the sport. And it was really hard, very hard, one of the hardest things I've ever been through. But I wouldn't say I figured it out, but I found a way to deal with it. And I think that's what supports me, you know. Being in service, as crazy as it sounds, when you're in your dumps, being in service to others really can pull you out of it. Coaching other people, helping them get to their goals. You know, commentating did a lot for me. Being able to be in that seat and give back to the sport instead of looking at it as the sport's not giving me my shot. What can I give to the sport? I shifted my mindset, you know, move into another, just got to reframe it. So things like that. When fighting's over, I know what it feels like to be retired already. I've had so many years, as they've alluded to, you know, 6 years, a lot of fights left on the table. I've had that feeling, media telling me I'm not as good as the people that I'm commentating. I've had everything you could think of be thrown at me while I'm sitting on the sidelines. So now that I've gotten to feel that, it ended up turning into a gift. It ended up becoming something that now I'm sitting here still going, even though everybody didn't necessarily think I could. And how grateful can I be sitting here, considering, first of all, I'm not supposed to still be here according to everybody else because all the injuries. Should have never won the second title I won. Probably to everybody else, I'm the underdog in every fight that's going to come up from here. It's okay. I'm happy if it all ends. I choose this because generally as humans, we look for the safety, like to know what the outcome is going to be. To be in the fertile ground of endless possibility, creativity, and freedom, to choose the unknown, step into it in a vulnerable place, and embrace the unknown rather than be scared of the unknown is why I'm here. I choose it, and so here I am.
Thank you.
Well, Azamat right here. So welcome to San Diego. I'm curious, what's fight week been for you here leading up to, I believe, is this your first UFC fight with fans back in attendance, I believe, correct?
Азамат, это твой бой со зрителями внутри. Первый бой в UFC. Какие ощущения?
Да, я этого хотел и в контендере, и в Лас-Вегасе без зрителей было. Это чуть непривычно. Для меня так удобнее, лучше.
You know, actually, since contenders, I wanted to have audience. I love to fight with the audience. The fight before this one, the contender fight, I wanted to have audience, and so I'm very excited. I love it with the people in the crowd to fight.
And Devin Clark's obviously, he's had a lot of experience under his belt, especially in the UFC. I'm curious what you make of him as an opponent and what strengths you believe he brings into the cage on Saturday.
У Дэвина Кларка, конечно, большой опыт в UFC, он много дрался. Твое мнение, какие у него сильные стороны, чем он силен?
Ну, я посмотрел несколько его боев. Не знаю, особо такого ничего не увидел.
You know, to be honest with you, I watched a couple of his fights and I didn't see anything impressive. Nothing impressed me from his performance.
In his last fight, it was at heavyweight. He went up in weight to fight William Knight. Now he's dropping back down to light heavyweight. Are you expecting a bigger Devin Clark than you've seen in his previous light heavyweight fights?
Последний бой он в тяжах дрался. Потом сейчас обратно спустился на полутяж. Ты ожидаешь, что он чуть тяжелее будет?
Ничего страшного.
That doesn't mean anything. So I'm used to this type of opponents.
And he has a lot of knockout losses, but he also has a lot of knockout wins, but he also has a lot of submission losses. So I'm curious, what is the path to victory on Saturday, and how do you see this fight playing out?
У него много поражений нокаутом, также он выиграл несколько боев нокаутом, также и болевыми проигрывал. Ты как думаешь завершится этот бой?
Я думаю, бой не дойдет до решения.
I think the fight is not going to go to a decision. This is what I think.
I'm curious, 2021, obviously a lot of stuff happened and you weren't able to get in the cage. Is it a relief to have now your second fight of 2022 and just to be more active as a fighter?
Ну, много случаев случилось в 2021 году. Сейчас уже все нормализировалось, и в 2022 все как бы идет нормально, и ты хочешь быть более активным. Тебе это нравится, вот, что все в свое русло пошло обратно?
Да, мы стараемся почаще выступать. Мы этого и хотим.
Yes, actually, this is what we want. This is actually to stay active, to be active. We want it to be this way, and finally, it looks like back to normal now.
Все говорят, все спрашивают в средний вес, пойти в средний вес. Если в средний вес, да, мы сможем пойти на средний вес, но мы не сможем так часто выступать. Поэтому из-за этого мы хотим сейчас почаще и остаться в этом весе.
You know, a lot of times people ask me, why don't you fight in a middleweight? And why don't you move down to middleweight and stuff? But that's one of the reasons I don't want to go there, because so I can fight often, stay active, fight all the time. I don't have to cut much weight and just fight light heavyweight.
My second question, 11-0, being in the UFC and continuing to be undefeated, does it sometimes feel like there's a little more pressure to keep that 0 next to your name on your record?
Иногда чувствуешь, вот так как ты не побежденный, без поражения идешь, вот какое-то давление, что у тебя 0, там, 11-0. Это дает какое-то давление тебе?
Ну, про рекорд особо не думаю. Для меня важнее не разочаровать своих
болельщиков, твою команду?
You know, to be honest with you, I don't think about my record as much as I think more about not to disappoint my fan base, my team, my coaches, etc. So,
Thank you.
Finish? Thank you.
Well, David, right in front. Welcome to San Diego. I'm just curious what fight week has been like for you here. I believe your last few fights were in the Apex, correct? So now that fans are back in attendance, you're getting the full UFC fight week experience on the road. What has fight week been for you?
Fight week been really good for me. You know, I'm in San Diego. You know, it's beautiful out here, man. The weather's perfect. You know, I'm looking forward for it this weekend. You know, last of my 3 fights been at the UFC you know, Apex. You know, and I love it there. You know, I love fun at the Apex. You know, very less crowd. So, you know, I'm looking forward for this. You know, for this what's it called? For this week. You know, in San Diego, and you know, never been here, like I said. So, you know, I'm looking forward for that.
Do you prefer the light crowds in the Apex, or do you prefer like the sold out arenas?
I like them both, but the light crowd, you can kind of hear more of your your cornerman, and you know, your coaches. You know, and I kind of like that one a little bit better because I can hear I can hear more clear, and like when I get the fans, it's, you know, you really can't hear much because, you know, the fans are going crazy. So I enjoy the Apex, and you know, with fans too. So.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but were you guys matched up at one point? Maybe you slot in to replace his opponent, or vice versa, and then it just didn't happen.
Yeah, we were supposed to fight in Columbus, Ohio. You know, I don't know what happened, so that switched. You know, I'm looking forward to, you know, for this weekend. I'm glad we get to fight again. So, you know, happy for that.
And then you're obviously coming off an impressive submission when he's coming off of, I think, an anaconda choke. So what do you make of his skill set in there?
I'm sorry?
What do you make of Nate's skill set in there?
Man, I feel like I'm better than this guy everywhere. Like, I'm very well-rounded. I'm just better than him. I feel like it's going to be a tough fight for him. I'm going to be one of his toughest opponents. So, you know, I'm excited for it.
And you got a new 4-fight deal. Did I see that on Instagram?
Yeah,
so
I did.
How happy are you with the new deal?
I'm very happy with the deal, man. You know, I'm happy with it. You know, everything I put in the gym, and you know, just winning the fights. You know, like, you know, hard work is finally starting to pay off. You know. So I'm loving the new deal. I'm very excited, and I can't wait, you know, to set out the 4th one. So
is James Krause still in your corner for this one?
It's going to be James Krause, Ben Elmore, and Jeff Molina.
Did you get any work with Brandon Moreno while he was in there?
I did.
Yeah. So what's it like having him in the gym now? Now that you do have James Krause finally has that UFC gold in his gym.
Oh man, it means a lot having a champion in our gym. You know, that guy helped me out so much with you know, just training, you know, his wrestling, jiu-jitsu. So I've learned a lot from him ever since he's been in the gym. You know, not just me, but literally everybody in the gym, you know, got very good, you know, because he leveled up a lot of guys since he came to the gym, you know, and we learned a lot from him. So it's always good having him in the gym. You know, we finally got a, you know, world champion at Glareman Fitness. So, you know, that's very good.
I was just curious, having previously gotten to prep for Nate a little bit, even though the fight didn't come back, did you just kind of like revisit the work that you had done previously, or was there new stuff that you felt like, hey, we're gonna add this to the camp and even make it better?
Yeah, so I already knew about Nate. So when I got the fight offered, you know, I wasn't surprised because I already studied everything about Nate. You know, it was nothing new to me. You know, we just got right back to, you know, just doing us and, you know, right back, you know, back to training, you know. So, you know, nothing changed, you know.
And now you guys have been moved very close, you know, essentially co-main event status. Just how does that feel knowing, hey, like, the fans are going to be there with the full house by the time your fight rolls around?
Yep, you know, being a co-main event is very exciting for me. It's my first co-main event in the UFC. You know, the UFC know what they're doing. I'm a very exciting fighter, and, you know, I bring fireworks. You know, this is why I'm on the co-main event, because they know what I bring, you know, on fight night, you know. So I can't wait for it, man. You know, I work my butt off to get to where I'm at, you know, so I can't wait.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
Right on, thank you.
Thank you. It's out there? Okay.
Well, Gerald, I guess how happy you had to have fans back in attendance here in San Diego on Saturday.
I'm super excited for that. I fought on the last card with fans before all the COVID stuff, so it's been like 2 years, and I can't wait to be in front of a full crowd.
So after Saturday, is the UFC comes back to you and says, "Oh, we want you to fight on this Apex card"? Is it going to be harder to say yes to that, knowing that some of these fighters are going to get audiences back more often?
I mean, I would prefer to be in front of a live audience, but as long as I'm fighting, I'm happy.
And look at your opponent, Bruno Silva. What do you make of him as an opponent? A lot of power, a lot of knockout wins. What do you make of his skill set?
I think he's very similar to me, but maybe a little more on the opposite end of the spectrum, right? Like, he actually does everything pretty well. He scrambles well. I believe he's a black belt, but he's, you see him in grappling exchanges. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to move. But he has, more power in his hands where, I stand up with a lot of guys that are supposed to be really good world-class strikers, but I just tend to choke people out more often than not. So I think we complement each other real well in that way.
Well, kind of going off of that, just from the outside looking in, just looking at your record, you have like 20-something like submission wins, most in UFC middleweight history. All of his losses have essentially been submission losses. So just on paper, is the path to victory that easy, or do you see a lot more in there? Breaking down his skill set.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to be easy at all. I expect a really hard fight. I expect it to, go into the third round, and a lot of my submissions come because I've, kind of softened him up on the feet first. I've seen some guys go after him before and just try to strictly grapple, and it doesn't end well for him because, like I said, he has a well-rounded skill set and he knows what he's doing, and then he's good about ending up on top. And if you're not ready for, those blows to come crashing down on you, you can put your lights out.
And kind of going off of that, do you think you get enough credit when like these outlets make these lists of like best finishers, most violent fighters, this and that? Like having 20 plus submission wins at this point, I figure you'd be on those lists more often, correct?
Yeah, you would think so. I don't know. I think maybe it's like just the way I do things. Like maybe it's not the most aesthetically pleasing because it's not like a one-punch knockout. Because you look at a lot of my fights, I've rocked a lot. I don't have a high knockdown rate, but I've rocked a lot of guys where you can see them doing the chicken dance. And like I hurt a lot of people on the feet and I go for it, but it just doesn't look the same as, I don't look like Francis Ngannou. Not that many people do, right? But, I'm out there to fight and put on a good show. And I think I do a good job of that. So I got a decent following, and I think my fans know that. But yeah, I'm just, I don't talk that much. I'm just like a regular guy. So no one wants to be like hopping on that bandwagon, I guess.
Sure. And where did you do this camp? Because I know you were at Rufus Sport for a long time, but I think on Instagram I saw you some stuff at Killcliff MMA. Or
yeah, I did pretty much the whole camp at Killcliff. So, when I'm at home, I do a lot of training with Bilal Muhammad, and then as it got closer to fight time, I did, good 6-8 week camp at Killcliff.
What was the decision to make that transition? Just more bodies to train with?
Yeah, more bodies to train with. Rufus Sport have been my home for a long time, and I'll always be good with those guys, but they're just more in a, rebuilding phase right now. A lot of the bigger guys and more experienced guys either retired or, had moved on to go somewhere else, so just didn't have enough bodies, and they just got a lot of young up-and-coming guys, and they're all lighter weight, so I just had to, find somewhere where I'd get the work I needed, and that seemed like the perfect fit.
And unrelated to this fight, I don't think many fans know that you're 1-1 with Sam Alvey in there, I believe, correct? On the regional scene, a lot of fans are now calling for him to retire after his last loss. So what do you make of fans saying that to fighters in Sam Alvey's future? I think today he even said he wants to box one of the Paul brothers if he doesn't do MMA moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be great if you could box one of the Paul brothers and like get that check. You know what I mean? He's a veteran. He's put in a lot of work for it, and obviously he got cut from the UFC, but he's another guy. He's always game. He always goes out there and puts on a show. You gotta make sure you take a good look at your health, right, and make sure the brain's right, because his fighting style is not conducive to like good brain health. But if he's good, you know what I mean, and he's enjoying what he's doing, he does what he does well, and more power to him.
Gerald, what's up, man?
What's up, OG?
I heard you're a fun guy.
I'm a pretty fun guy.
Hey, bro, with you having your jits background and guys like Bo Nickel getting a lot of hype around them, how do you think those guys are going to match up in the UFC?
I think Bo will do real well. I actually got to work with him a while ago. Actually, probably maybe a year ago now or something like that. But yeah, really nice guy. Moves really well. So like firsthand, I've got to move with him, and very receptive to any knowledge I had to give to him. But he's good. His grappling is going to translate really, really well. Obviously, he comes from a long line of really great wrestlers from the Penn State program. He's got a lot of competition under his belt already just through that, both nationally and internationally. And I think he's got a great approach. We heard him said in the interview, he was like, "Look, we're gonna wrestle," and that's like some guys get in there and they want to knock everyone out, right? But for him to recognize that, he'll still have his moments, but to stick to your bread and butter like that, I think he's going to do really well.
And then I just wanted to know, in the last fight with Jocko, it kind of seemed like you had your feet in the mud a little bit. It was a little bit of a slower fight for you. What's going to get you going again this time, brother? Because you had the 3-fight win streak. What's going to get you back there?
Yeah, so that one, some people will say I'm slow sometimes, right? And then I'll go back and watch the fight. I'll be like, you just weren't paying attention. But that one, I watched it back, and even I was like, damn, I'm slow. I did not look athletic in any sense of the word. But I think there's a lot of things behind that. But I changed scenery. I was at a brand new gym. For the first time in my career, I really had to travel somewhere and be, kind of by myself as far as not being with my family and everything for a training camp. So I did nothing. It's kind of like back when I was younger. You do nothing but eat, sleep, train, and then go fight. So I went back to doing that. I had plenty of guys my size. I had plenty of good work and good instruction, lots of good hard training. So whatever I did wrong or didn't do that last camp, I think I've more than corrected for that, and mentally, physically, I feel like I'm in the best spot I've ever been in.
So you're obviously the dog going into this fight, and we know you got that history of subs. So are we going to hammer the GM 3 sub line?
It'd be really hard not to, because statistically, that's pretty much all I've done. I have the one knockout, and every time I say you're going to see my stand-up, you do, but then I choke them out anyway. So yeah, hammer that sub line.
Appreciate you, bro.
Awesome, we're all set.
Oh, hello.
Let you drink your water first.
Thank you.
Well, Cheeto, obviously, this is a fight that you wanted against Dominick Cruz. You're fighting in his backyard. So I'm curious, what are the emotions now, just a few days removed from or ahead of the fight?
No emotions, cold-blooded. Ready to go. I feel good with myself. Well, I feel great with all the work I put until this moment. And, you know, I can lie to everybody, but I can never lie to myself. And I know how ready I am and the type of work I put for this fight. So I feel I'm the best in the world right now, and I can be a world champion at any night. So I'm ready to show that Saturday night.
Well, you say no emotion, but Dom was in here earlier, and he said he's still trying to figure out why you're mad at him. So why do you think he believes you're mad at him?
I don't fucking know. I'm not in his mind. But we did a sit-down interview, face-to-face. Did he tell you how mad it was? No. So I just speak the truth. I keep it real. I don't think fighting is a pretty thing. I'm not in here to shake hands or bow to each other. Like, if I want that, I will go to any other sport. But I like to fight. And the other sport I love in surfing, I wasn't that good to make this type of money. So I just do it for fun and I fight for a living. But, you know, I ain't mad at nobody. I really have no emotion to anybody I ever fought. But when they give me a contract with a name and we get locked in a cage, I want to fuck you up. Simple.
Then he had mentioned on Monday when he was on the MMA Hour that you guys would be around each other training, maybe at the PI and stuff, and you would just verbally poke him, just like kind of poke at him verbally. So what exactly was he talking about?
Well, the UFC offered me, not once, but a couple times, like real offers. You want to fight Cruz in this date? And I said yes. The same way I said yes to the last 20 guys I fought in the UFC. And he declined like three times. The reason? I don't know. I don't care. So I just make that public. I was like, hey guys, I got offered a fight. He declined. Tag him or talk shit or fuck, who knows? I'm fun in Twitter, right? And when I see him face to face, I was like, hey, if you want to fight, let's fight. Like, you know, I just keep it real. I'm not going to just walk and sucker punch you. I'm not a bitch. But if you give me the wrong energy, I'm sure we're fighting.
And looking at his skill set in the octagon, when he came into the UFC, a lot of fans and pundits would call him unorthodox and unique with his footwork and head movement. Now, like almost a decade removed from that, is his fighting style still unique, or is a lot of people just caught up to him?
Honestly, at the beginning, he was fighting a lot of 125ers. So I think you can do a lot of craziness when you're fighting guys that are like 20 inches smaller than you. Like he fought Benavides, Demetrius, Faber. All those guys are like 5'2". Like they're not, like for real. I'm not even talking shit on them. I respect them, but they're small guys. So that style can be successful like that. And I believe in this new timeline. Even when he was a champion, he never fought Barao. He never fought, Frankie or Sanhagen or Dillashaw. I fought Dillashaw twice. But he don't fought the rest of the guys, like the new prospects, the good guys. So I'm like, I respect you as a fighter, but you haven't shown you get in there with the best of the best in this time, because he was injured a lot, and no shame on that, But he didn't fight like, Sonja Dongs or guys like that. They're coming in hotter, they're winning fights.
And Loopy was in here earlier, and she said that, well, she's also fighting someone that trains out of San Diego, and Angela Hill, and she said given the large number of Hispanic fans here that she's expecting to be cheered, even though they're fighting in their backyard. Are you expecting to be cheered against Dominick Cruz, or are you viewing this as like enemy territory?
I'm always cheered. The way I fight, people love it, and I get it. I'm in San Diego, but I'm sure there's a lot of Ecuadorians here. There's a lot of Ecuadorians in LA. But again, at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter. The cage is locked. It's me versus him. Booze or hurras, fuck it. It's a fight.
And finally, last question for me. What does the headline say after your fight on Saturday?
Epic finish.
Chito, I asked Cruz this. I want to ask you. I believe this is the first time in UFC history that two commentators are actually going to fight each other. Do you feel like you'll be taking home extra bragging rights with that?
Well, if I can move on and do a commentary for English, I can make a better bread. So maybe we can fight for that.
And then in terms of your training, you've talked about a lot. You've been in the UFC for a while now and changing just the way you approach everything. Just for yourself, what are you most proud of in how you've grown with your skills since you've been at this level in the UFC?
I do believe my first 5-10 fights in the UFC, it was a lot of hard, a lot of work, but I never had like somebody that set me up to the next level, like guide me through that. Is being there with many fighters, and I think that's the credit I give to Jason Parillo. I think he set me up to another level, and he just put me. He just used my skill, my heart, my work ethic, and he just guided me through, and it's been working pretty well.
Now, to talk about Parillo a little bit, obviously a lot of big fights coming through the gym, Mackenzie, Rockhold. Do you feel a little bit of pressure to kind of get the ball rolling for the whole team, since all of you guys kind of in like the next month or so have a fight?
Not really, man, because we win as a team, but most importantly, when things don't go our way, which is the worst side of the end, I know they're going to be there for me. I know the team is going to lift me up, but at the end of the day, we're getting that catch by ourselves. I know my teammates, my coach, my family love me, but at the end of the day, each of us have our own fight. Each of us prepare hard, so it's just they're not expecting me to win till they go and try and win. And the same to me. I work my ass off every day, and I expect nothing else than a good win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola Chito, Mor Villa para el diario AS de España. Se dice que esta pelea puede ser la oportunidad para que después busques el camino hacia un cinturón. ¿La ves en ese sentido tú, que te puede dar la oportunidad este combate?
Claro que sí. Yo creo que un main event a cualquiera le puede servir para llegar al título. Un main event te puede dar todas las oportunidades. Gané mi último main event, que fue mi primero, y estoy peleando otro enseguida. Significa que los main events te llevan al título. Hay muchas formas de llegar al título, pero ganando main events seguro es una de ellas.
Lo dijiste ahora en inglés, te sientes confiado, ¿no? Por tu camino y por el camino de Dominick, que decías que no se había enfrentado a los mejores. ¿Cómo lo ves este combate ya, y hablar un poquito de tu rival?
O sea, yo lo veo como es una pelea dura al final del día. Es un tipo que igual sale a pelear, tiene cardio, toma un buen golpe, lucha muy bien. O sea, en mi mente no va a ser nada fácil esta pelea. En mi mente no va a ser un poco más fácil que la anterior. Yo siempre que tengo una pelea, espero lo peor, para simplemente estar preparado. Si es una noche rápida, si es algo así, increíble, lo tomo. ¿Quién no lo haría, no? Nadie se levanta diciendo, ay, quiero que me revienten la cara hoy día. Pero, si me preparo mentalmente para lo que sea, pues no tengo problema. Y de la forma que yo trabajo, sé que voy a salir ganador.
¿Qué nos dices del MMA latinoamericano? ¿En qué lugar lo pones tú como representante?
Yo creo que cada vez somos más. Yo creo que cada vez vemos gente de habla hispana en main events, ganando peleas en la UFC, y como todo en la vida, ¿no? Es una evolución, y creo que estamos poco a poco llegando a nuestro mejor momento.
Perfecto, gracias.
Gracias a ti.
Chito, también si me permites por acá en español, Heriberto Muñoz del periódico Frontera de Tijuana, precisamente ahorita que se hablaba del MMA latinoamericano, lo quería centrar en Ecuador, que me cuentes qué está pasando en Ecuador. Digo, conocemos bien lo que ha pasado con Michael Morales, los hermanos Martinete que están ahí también intentándolo, la victoria obviamente que visualizas, ¿qué significaría para ti, para todo tu pueblo, no?
Pues es algo gigante. Cuando yo peleo se paraliza el país, es como cuando juega la selección, todo el mundo está viendo, todo el mundo está apoyándome, y es una razón más para salir a dar todo de mí, es una razón más para salir a a matar y yo sé que esa noche puedo sentir la energía desde Ecuador, de la gente que realmente me quiere, que realmente quiere verme ganador, y eso es lo que realmente cuenta en el deporte.
Bien, iba también un poquito a lo que comentabas ahorita en inglés, de el sentido de venir al lugar donde entrena Dominick. ¿Cómo? Sé que lo ves de una forma muy particular, no sé si lo puedes decir en español, por favor.
Pues para mí es una pelea, ¿no? Yo no tengo problemas si peleo con todos sus fans ahí o con todos sus enemigos ahí. Para mí, una vez que cierran las jaulas, es él y yo. El resto realmente no importa si lo apoyan a él o a mí. Al final del día, nadie gritando afuera va a hacer algo por ti. Así que yo estoy listo para el día sábado.
Te agradezco.
In his last fight, Munoz caught him really good in the first round. I believe it was a left jab and then a left hook. I thought maybe it was done, and then he was able to come back and win that fight. Does that kind of emphasize to you that if you have a chance to put him away, to go ahead and just put him away and get that thing over?
The good thing about it is, like, I don't have any problems going 5 rounds. I don't have any problems digging deep. And I show that with fun. I heard him, and I just took my time. You know, a lot of people ask me, like, close people ask me, like, did you really didn't want to finish him? I was like, fuck off. I want to get out of there as soon as possible. Like, fighting is too dark to stay there for too long. So I just took my time. I'm just patient. I know I have a good mindset. I think I have a good skill set to find my way. I think a lot of fighters hurt the opponent and they go apeshit. And you can get tired. The guy can recover and then you're all gassed out. You know, you don't have too many of those bursts. Doesn't matter how hard you train. I run 15 miles. I was still getting tired. It doesn't really matter. There's a lot of emotions in there. So if I hurt him, I'm definitely going to try to finish him. But also, I'm going to be smart and remain focused because sometimes they don't want to go away. You know, they keep coming. They keep coming. And if that's the case, I'm going to give you a lot of damage.
Just one other question. I always ask fighters this in any fight combat sport. Would you say you've learned more from your victories over the years or your defeats?
I think with the victories, you learn from both. Both give you something. But when you lose, you got to really re-evaluate everything around you and see what's going on. And I'm the type of guy that even if for a matter of fact, I can blame somebody, I will never do it. Because at the end of the day, it's up to me to kick that person out or change it or tell them they're not giving what I need. So, you know, when I lost fights in the past, I really evaluate everything and I try to figure out why I lost, what happened in there, and see how were my emotions in there, like everything. And I really believe at the beginning I was fighting out of heart. Like, I don't have any amateur fights. I'm not a jiu-jitsu world champion, kickboxing world champion. I was just a kid fighting on the street that get to a jiu-jitsu gym, and 7 years later made it to the UFC with a record of 6-1. So most of the people that came that green, they're not here anymore. I'm just glad and I'm just happy I have this heart that brought me all the way here, and now I have the tools.
Hey, Cheeto. There was a story you had told a little bit ago that I just wanted to get some clarification on. It was earlier on in your career, and you're a guy that has a fair amount of artwork like myself. Was it true that Sean Shelby scolded you for getting a neck tattoo?
Yeah. Well, he when I get my first neck tattoo, I got this huge gorilla, and I fucking like gorillas. So I got a big gorilla, kind of like a psychedelic look, maybe on mushrooms. And Sean Shelby was like, "You're a fucking idiot. That's not cool." He honestly, I think he was just looking up to me, like kind of like protecting me, like, "Hey, don't do dumb shit at this point." And I get it, but the tattoos for me, like, my mom is around, you can ask her. When I was like 4 years old, I would go to the corner store, and they sell like all these like kind of like real tattoos you can put on with water. And they will send me back from the school because I was neck all the way down. I will tell my neighbor, I will be like, "Hey, can you put those like angels and things like that on my back," because I couldn't reach. And I will be full covered on fake tattoos. I don't know why. I just like tattoos. And I didn't finish my arms before I went to my neck because I said, fuck it, if I go to my neck, I have to finish the rest. So I think that was a smart move.
I appreciate it, bro.
Do you have any room for more?
Oh, I have a lot. I have my whole stomach available. Mr. Cartoon is finishing my back in a couple of weeks. I got a couple of spots on my leg. And then my head, I'm finishing my head soon too with bird crack, so I got space.
Has Mr. Cartoon done anything else on you?
He did my whole back piece.
How long of a wait was that?
It was quick.
When you asked him to do it, because his books are like 3 years long.
Not for me. We're cool. I text him one day, and so this is what happened. Somehow, because he have his cars, his show cars at Ruka, and the warehouse is where I train is in the back. So randomly, 3 fights in a row. He came on a Monday, and I fought that weekend. And I was like, the first time I was like, hey man, come on, give me a big piece. I was like, yeah, sure, talk to my assistant. So I talked to him, I was like, put me in. It's like he's a little busy now. So 3 fights in a row, somehow. I get to Rook on Monday, to just say hi to everybody, say thank you, whatever. Or you also go back to the gym. And then he was there. And then I was like, come on, give me a back piece. And then he's like, I'm free next week. I said, fuck it. And he told me, you want to do 2 sessions? I'm like, no, do it in 1. He finished my whole back, almost finished my whole back in 9 hours. We smoked some crazy shit before, so I was numb. He got some good stuff in there.
Can I ask how much that cost? Because isn't his minimum like $50,000 or something like that?
Yeah, but he gave me athlete price.
Is it true that he checks his customers' credit before they come in?
Maybe people here don't know. I went from, he have collabs with Ruka. Actually, the shirt that I have on yesterday when I was signing, that's his line. So I think we're cool, and I'm blessed with cool people around me. That's what is crazy. Like I get to meet everybody that when I was a kid. Mr. Cartoon in tattoos. Fucking I surf with Kelly Slater. Like it's like everything I like growing up is happening with me now. That's why I'm so fucking happy.
Are there any other celebs that you haven't met that you need to meet?
Maybe. Let me see. Who haven't met? I think I surf or met all the surfers, world champions that I love growing up. Kelly, Rob Machado, Shane Doran. I got to meet Joe Rogan. I fucking love that guy. So I think, I don't know, dude. A lot of people chase things. Those good things just came out to me, like going to New York, getting tattooed by Bird Crack, smoking a big wood with fucking Action Bronson. Like everything cool that I like or people I admire, they just, it just mean to happen. It's just like, sometimes people chase the wrong things for no reason. And when you're not crazy chasing things, they just come to you. So, and I can just name things like that. Like I got to hang out or meet people that I look up to, and it's fucking cool. Thank you, guys.
Have you ever served here? San Diego? Have you ever?
Yeah, I go to La Jolla all the time.
You're good. Well, Nate, we're just a few days away from sold-out arena in San Diego, fans back in attendance. What are the emotions now, just a few days removed from your fight?
Fight time. I mean, the days are short, the nights are shorter, and co-main event, this sold-out show, and it's time to do nothing but fight.
And your opponent, David, he hasn't fought in front of a crowd for the UFC. Do you think that gives you an edge in there, knowing that you know what it feels like when fans are
I don't
booing,
think
cheering?
there's an edge. I think the first time I ever did something cool, it felt natural too. So it's like you either got it or you don't. We're going to see if he has it. He probably has it, and it's going to be a fist fight.
And he had said that at one point you guys were matched up, and maybe he was filling in for your opponent that pulled out, but it ended up not happening, and he wasn't quite sure what happened. Is that true? Like you guys were matched up at one point?
Yeah, it seems like he's the guy they call when they need a replacement. So he stepped up. Seems like everything came together for what it's supposed to be. We weren't supposed to be on this card. I wasn't supposed to fight him. Now we're fighting, and we're going to be the co-main event of a sold-out show. So.
Well, you're obviously coming off an impressive submission win. He's coming off his submission win of his own. So what do you make of his skill set in there as a fighter?
He's good. I mean, he's big, he's tall, he's young, he's fast. I feel like I'm going to smash his face in. We're going to see real quick. We got 5 minutes to start off. We'll see if we make it to the second 5 minutes. We'll see if we make it to the third 5 minutes.
Just going to ask, having previously been scheduled to face him, how much were you able to kind of like go back to the notebook in terms of camp and preparation for his strategy and what he does out there?
I mean, I wasn't really scheduled to fight him, so I looked him up a little bit, and then this fight, all eyes on him a few weeks ago when my other opponent couldn't make it because of visa issues, so he's got my full undivided attention, and on Saturday night, we're going to put on a show.
In terms of making that adjustment, because, obviously the other fight fell apart the way it did, what's the key to making sure you are still, peaking physically and mentally when you have to push it all back a little bit at the last minute?
I think it was a little bit better for me. I mean, more training. It's always easy to go more than it is less time, so it's nothing. As far as mental-wise, you'll never find nobody mentally tougher than me. We good? Appreciate it.
Well, Devin, we're just a few days removed from sold out crowd here in San Diego.
Sold out, yeah.
Well, we're assuming it's sold out. Dana,
Okay.
Dana says every week it's like, oh, it's another sold out crowd here, so we're going off of that. But fans are back in attendance nonetheless. So how are the emotions now, just a few days removed?
It's super cool. It's been like 2 years since I've fought in front of a audience, so it's gonna be super cool and add that little bit of flair that you get with a live crowd and stuff like that.
Well, Nate Landwehr was just in here, and I asked him, is his opponent's also not fought in front of a crowd in the UFC? And he said, he kind of no-sold having an edge in there with the crowd. I'm curious what you feel about that. Does this give you an edge, knowing what it feels like in the UFC to fight in front of fans?
Seeing my opponent a little bit, I don't think so. We were in the elevator this morning. He wants to rip my head off no matter what. So I know he's going to bring it, and I don't think the crowd's going to get to him too much. So.
Did he say something to you, or just the energy you got from him?
He didn't say anything, but he didn't have to either. So I get in the elevator, and he's in there with his team, 3 of them, and I get in there, and he's in the middle, so he's behind me, and we're going down. We're on the 10th floor. We're going down, and I see behind me he's just moving back and forth, like getting all giddy and getting ready. So I had to like turn around, like, bro, we're good. We're not fighting until Saturday. But I could tell he was excited, and he wants to rip my head off now.
Were you in the elevator by yourself with 3 of his?
Yeah. I've been doing this a while. You know, it's fight week. It's fun. It used to be where I don't leave the room without one of my corners or something like that, but not anymore. I mean, it's safe.
Well, I interviewed Paul Craig once, and when he was about to fight Jamal Hill, and when Jamal Hill was undefeated, he says it's dangerous for young guys to be undefeated in the UFC because they just don't know what it's like to lose. Are you in that mindset too?
So I was thinking about what I was going to say today, and that's exactly one of the things. I know when I was undefeated, I forgot what it was like to lose. I didn't know what it was like, and you forget that you can lose. So that's going to definitely be a big thing, especially against an opponent like myself, where I've seen just about every style and fought the best in the world.
Your last fight was a heavyweight, right?
It was.
So
yeah.
how's the body feeling now that you're making this cut again?
It's funny because I was about the same weight at heavyweight that I am like now, starting my weight cut and stuff like that. I think I was in the cage last fight at 221. I weighed in at 223 fight day, or on weigh-ins. I was 221 going into the fight. So I don't know what happened there, but the weight cut feels all right. I'm used to it. I've been doing it a long time, so.
And final last one is for me. He's obviously coming off of that impressive flying knee knockout. He has 8 of his 11 wins have been by knockout. So how do you see this fight playing out from your end?
I guess you can call it impressive. The other guy was super tired, which definitely helps when you're trying to knock somebody out. I did it in my last fight, I know. But I think of him as a rookie, but he's a tough rookie. And he is undefeated. He has fought some good people. He knows what he's doing, and he's got that power. So I'm excited, and it's going to be a fun fight. I got some stuff planned for him that he might not see coming.
Devin, you've had quite the resume in the UFC with just the people you've taken on in the level of competition.
Yeah.
For yourself, as your UFC career has gone, what are you most proud of in how your skills have grown since you've been at this level?
I think when I started with the UFC, I couldn't strike worth shit. Like it was not good. I was super green. I think I got signed because of my wrestling ability. I had super aggressive wrestling. And over the years, it's kind of gone back and forth where I get a little bit better at striking, then my wrestling kind of goes downhill a little bit. But I think we're at the point now where we're well-versed enough to use all of those tools, to use the wrestling with the striking and vice versa. I feel I do, and I am with a new team now, Team Elevation in Denver, Colorado, and I feel like a different fighter. I really do. We just worked on some simple things like footwork and just being in the right place at the right time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thanks, guys.
Yazmin, right here. Hola. We're just a few days removed from your UFC debut in front of fans here in San Diego. I'm just curious what the nerves are ahead of your UFC debut. Question again? Just wondering what your nerves are ahead of your UFC debut here in San Diego, ahead of fighting in front of fans again.
You can speak?
Question again?
Yeah, please.
Oh, okay. Just wondering what her nerves are ahead of her UFC debut here in San Diego.
Que estás nerviosa por tu debut en UFC.
No, para nada, estoy muy contenta, muy feliz por la oportunidad de poder debutar y más aquí en la ciudad de San Diego que sé que hay muchos fans mexicanos, entonces vamos a dar una gran pelea, muy contenta por este momento y se acerca la pelea.
I am really happy for this opportunity. I am ready.
Your opponent was in here earlier, and she said she expected a war. She said, if it's not a submission or a knockout, it's going to be a war. I'm curious what you make of her as an opponent, and what you expect on Saturday.
¿Cómo esperas que termine? ¿Por nocaut, sumisión? ¿Cómo crees que vaya la pelea?
Okay. Yo me preparé para los 3 rounds de 5 minutos, entrené súper duro, entrené grappling, entrené mi striking, sin embargo pues me encantaría poder terminar una pelea por knockout en el primer round y irme a casa a descansar y a disfrutar del evento.
I train for everything, but I prefer get a knockout in the first round.
Are you expecting to be the fan favorite given how close we are to Mexico here in San Diego?
¿Te consideras favorita por estar aquí en San Diego, cerca de México?
Sí, por supuesto, sé que aquí hay mucha gente mexicana, estamos cerquitas de la frontera, así que sí creo que eso es posible.
Yeah, I am really close to the border. I am from Tijuana. This has happened.
Will your son be in attendance for the fight?
¿Tu hijo va a venir a la pelea?
No, me encantaría, pero él no puede asistir ahorita.
He cannot come because the visa right now.
Yazmin, right here. Yazmin, you're very young in your career, but almost entirely as a professional. You've gotten to fight on television in Spanish network with Combate Global. What advantage do you feel that gives you now that you're at the UFC level? Toda tu carrera peleaste en televisión. ¿Cómo te ayuda ahora que vas a pelear en el UFC en este nivel, en esta promoción más grande?
Pues me he visualizado aquí desde que casi empecé a debutar profesional. He seguido muy de cerca esta empresa y las competidoras que están en mi división, entonces me siento muy motivada, sé que hay un gran nivel, sé que cada vez iremos avanzando y cada vez las oponentes van a estar más duras, entonces estoy lista.
¿Tú puedes seguir?
Gracias. Second question I have for you, just being only 23 years old, do you feel like that helps you in terms of managing a lot of the emotions that go into this? Solo ser 23 años te ayuda en controlar todas las emociones que venga con esta pelea y estar en este nivel.
Muy buena pregunta, fíjate que eso es importante, tener autocontrol emocional. Creo que me considero una persona mayor emocionalmente para la edad que tengo. Lo he trabajado mucho con mi psicóloga, que están detrás de todo este proceso y estoy muy emocionada. Claro que tengo autocontrol y más en la jaula. Estoy lista para esta oportunidad.
And then my final question, we have several Mexican fighters on the card. You have Brandon Moreno, has a piece of the title back. Do you feel like a good performance helps in terms of getting the UFC to bring a show back to Mexico? Hay muchos mexicanos peleando este sábado. Brandon Moreno tiene un parte del cinturón otra vez. ¿Tú piensas que una buena pelea este sábado ayuda en traer el UFC otra vez a México?
Sí, yo creo que sí, creo que lo hemos visto y muchos lo han visto con Brandon Moreno. Brandon se ha destacado demasiado en esta empresa, ha llegado hasta el punto que está ahorita y ha dado una gran pelea, y creo que muchos de los mexicanos somos así, sabemos ir para enfrente, les gusta el estilo de pelea que damos al público, y creo que eso va a dar la gran oportunidad de que UFC esté en México, esté en mi casa.
Gracias. Good luck.
Hola Yazmin, Morvilla para el diario AS de España. ¿Qué significa para ti como mexicana llegar a la UFC? ¿Te gustaría ser esa peleadora que le abra las puertas a otras niñas mexicanas para llegar hasta aquí donde tú estás?
Claro que sí, claro que sí. La verdad es que sí, la verdad es que no ha sido fácil para mí llegar aquí hasta donde estoy, pero estoy amando lo que hago en este momento, de hecho desde que empecé realmente en las artes marciales mixtas, y sé que hay muchos prospectos que siguen trabajando, que se están esforzando, que aman este deporte, entonces que yo pueda motivarlas y incentivarlas a que sigan y perseveren en esto, para mí es un gustazo.
Eres parte de la cartelera estelar. ¿Cómo te enteraste? ¿Cómo supiste? ¿Cuál fue tu emoción cuando te dijeron vas en la estelar?
Yo no me di cuenta, yo solamente estaba entrenando y entrenando y entrenando como una loca, hasta que de repente vi 2, 3 etiquetas que me etiquetaron en mis redes sociales de que iba para hacer la pelea estelar, y dije, eso es muy buena idea.
Hay una nota muy buena de tu carrera en la que se habla que tenías muchas dificultades de viajar de Primo Tapia a Tijuana para entrenar. De Primo Tapia a la UFC, ¿cómo lo veías en ese entonces?
Lo veía casi imposible, la verdad, pero lo veía, siempre lo visualicé. Dije, en algún momento miraba peleas de admiradoras, de peleadoras que admiraba, y jamás quité el dedo del renglón. Fue larga la distancia de Primo Tapia a Tijuana, y fue larga la distancia de Primo Tapia a UFC, pero estamos aquí.
2 seconds. Hey, just because I don't know, maybe if they went on the stuff that was said before.
Okay.
So I caught it a little bit in the end of the first sentence of the first answer, but I think a question was asked about inspiration to other people actually, and to lead other women to fight as well. That's what I'm thinking the question was. And the question was, and the answer was, we all know how hard my journey to get here was. And for me to inspire other girls to fight, that's very rewarding, general, right? The second thing is, what about the fact that you're going to be on a main card now? How'd you find out? Well, I didn't even know, and all of a sudden I just woke up one day and I started seeing people tagging me, and I found out I was on the main card, which was a great thing and a great feeling, and obviously just great. Buena idea. Right? And then the third one, which you just asked right now, was from Primo Tapia to Tijuana. It was already a hard way for her to train. From Primo Tapia to Tijuana was already hard. From Tijuana to the UFC, and just to talk about how that came about, and talk about the fact that you always visualize something like this, that it was hard to go from one to the other. And I always watched women that I admire, other fighters that I admired, but I wanted to be there, and I made it my way from Primo Tapia to Tijuana, and from Tijuana to the UFC, and now I'm here. Is that correct overall?
Yeah.
Just to have it.
Yeah, okay.
No problem.
Otra pregunta, Yazmin. Especialmente en Tijuana hay un problema muy severo de feminicidios, lo conocemos todo. ¿Qué puede servir este deporte, o qué le dirías tú a esas mujeres fronterizas que viven con ese miedo, ¿no?, de salir a la calle y no poderse defender solas? ¿Qué consejo les darías tú, y si este deporte les podría servir para defenderse?
And just the question was about in Tijuana, we all know is a well-known problem of feminicide. So murders of women around, especially around the border areas. And what would you say to all those women that are there and that face that problem about what could be done?
Claro, es un tema muy fuerte porque en realidad sí es muy recurrido este problema en la ciudad de Tijuana. Sin embargo, las mujeres siento que es importante que nos empoderemos. La verdad es que, como bien te lo mencioné hace rato, la mentalidad lo es todo. Entonces, es esencial, es básico aprender artes marciales mixtas para cualquier cosa, pero más que nada es poderte empoderar, poder ¿cómo te lo explico? Poder empoderar, tomar empoderamiento y realmente tomar acción, porque independientemente de que tú aprendas artes marciales mixtas y estés en una situación de problema, si no haces algo con eso, si tu mente no está lista para poder combatir con esa situación, no vamos a poder llegar a nada, ¿no? Yo la verdad es que invito a todas las mujeres a que realmente practiquen un deporte y que también vayan con psicólogos, porque eso es muy importante, aprender a empoderarse, aprender a tener una mentalidad fuerte para cuando tengan este tipo de riesgos, tomen acción.
The question actually related more to how MMA can actually help those women. So the answer is, of course, I do feel that this sport brings empowerment to women. And more than empowerment, brings a mentality. And in speaking to the point of the question that from before, the mentality is not enough, and that means that then to train and to be ready for a situation, and it's on a physical level. So to not only to train to adopt MMA as a means of defense, but also to work with psychologists and to be ready for something like this, because it, of course, surely it can help, but on the physical side, it does offer a line of defense for these women in situations like that, and it can be very empowering.
Dos preguntas más de mi parte. Se dice que si no eres una de las mejores, eres la mejor prospecto de la UFC en la rama femenil en tu categoría. ¿Tú te ves así? De esa manera, ¿qué piensas?
Two more questions. They say that if you're not one of the best, if you're not the best, you are one of the best prospects in your division in the UFC. Do you see yourself that way?
Yeah, yo solamente estoy haciendo mi trabajo, esto es lo que amo, esto es lo que quiero hacer y claro que me visualizo siendo la mejor. Lo he hecho mucho tiempo en mi carrera como peleadora profesional y tengo mucha fe en mí, creo en el equipo con el que estoy trabajando, entonces dejemos que las cosas fluyan y que en algún futuro lo que se prediga se haga realidad.
I'm just doing my job here, and of course I visualize it. Of course I want to be the best, but this needs to flow. It's a team effort, and I think that whatever needs to happen will happen. I'll continue to do my job. This is what I love to do. This is what I'm good at. This is what I love to do, and I'll continue to do it. And things will flow and come into place if that is meant to happen.
Y una última, ser mamá es complicado, es una gran responsabilidad, pero tú dejas que tu hijo vea tus peleas. Si es así, que él que te dice a la corta edad que tienes, si ya alcanza a comprender algo de lo que es tu profesión.
One more last question. You have a son, and do you let your son watch your fights? How is it for him to watch your fights? And is there an understanding of what's going on when he watches mommy fighting?
Sí, claro, fui mamá muy joven. Ahora Matías es mi pequeño motorcito, es la motivación más grande con la que tengo ahora y trabajo muy duro por él. Si amo esto y trabajo duro, entonces creo que las cosas van a fluir muy bien. Claro que hago que vea mis peleas, lo llevo al gimnasio, él casi siempre está en el gimnasio viendo a mamá rolar, viendo a mamá hacer sparring. Tengo un ojo hacia Matías y otro ojo hacia el sparring, pero estoy muy contenta de que él forme parte de este proceso. Sé que en algún futuro él se va a sentir muy orgullosa de mí y eso me da mucha tranquilidad y espero darle lo mejor.
I was a mom at a very young age, but Matias is now my little engine, and he moves me. And I mean, it's the kid that's already at the gym, watches me roll, watches me spar. It's just witnessing everything out there and watching his mom do what she loves and do it just as a part of life. And I'm sure that by watching his mom do what she loves, he will, and then and he'll be very proud of what he's watching his mom do. So he's an integral part of it.
Thank you. Gracias.
Yasmin, te quería preguntarnos, es más que una curiosidad, una coincidencia, ¿no? O sea, el 13 de agosto del año pasado estabas ganando un torneo de 3 peleas en una noche. El 13 de agosto de este año vas a estar debutando en UFC. ¿Eso qué te hace sentir? De igual puede ser solo números, ¿no? Puede ser una prueba de que siempre estuviste ahí.
It's going to be the 1 year anniversary, correct me if I'm wrong. It's going to be the 1 year anniversary that you won a tournament on the 13th of August of last year in which you won 3 fights in one night. Can you speak to us about, I mean, this journey that that basically told you were always meant to be here?
Está muy loco, la verdad. Está muy loco esa cuestión, pero nada, a lo mejor y puede ayudar más. El año pasado, como bien ya lo mencionaste, estuve ganando un torneo de 3 peleas en una noche que tuve un desempeño increíble. Pude llevarme 2 peleas por knockout, una por decisión, irme a casa feliz con mi hijo, y hoy de pronto ya 13 de agosto estaré peleando en esta gran empresa, y 13 de agosto también es el cumpleaños de mi abuela, a la que le mando un besote, a la que amo mucho y que sé que siempre está orando por mí y porque me vaya mejor este 13 de agosto.
But yeah, it's pretty nuts. I can't believe it's been has been a year of a tournament that I had such a great performance. I had 3 wins. I had 2 wins by knockout and 1 decision on that night, so 3 wins. And of course, and now on this 13th of August, I'm going to be fighting, and also in the birthday of my grandma, who's watching, who I love so much. She is I send her my kisses and my love, and just very crazy that this whole thing is coming together on the same date.
Yasmin, ¿cómo te sientes de mostrarle al mundo lo que sigue pasando en Tijuana, ¿no? Las artes marciales mixtas, obviamente, pues voltearon muchos para allá con la historia de Brandon Moreno, pero enseñar que el talento sigue surgiendo de ahí, ¿no? ¿Cómo te sientes también en ese sentido?
Also about the talent that's coming from Tijuana, the talent pool. We all know the story of Brandon Moreno, but there's so much more coming from there. And how do you feel about the fact that you're showing the world that there's more to come from Tijuana?
Me siento muy contenta de formar parte del equipo Entram Gym, que es un equipo fuerte de aquí de la ciudad de Tijuana, el cual es un gimnasio muy completo de artes marciales mixtas, entre muchos otros gimnasios de Tijuana que tienen también mucho nivel. Gracias a Dios se nos está dando la oportunidad de llegar a este nivel y demostrar de qué estamos hechos, y qué mejor, ¿no?, que cerquitas de la frontera. Entonces, nada, que hay que seguir trabajando porque vienen muchos más tijuanenses y bajacalifornianos y mexicanos que están listos para darlo todo.
Yeah, very proud of representing Tijuana as a city, and also, I mean, the high level of Entram Gyms, doing a great job out there, and not just our gym, but also other gyms out there that are fighting at a very high level. And not only that, but to represent those from Tijuana, from Baja California, from Mexico, and so close to the border as well. And just don't worry, more people are going to come. There'll be more to come where I came from.
Listo. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, Cynthia, all right. I think it's been 2.5 years since you last fought in front of fans. So now, what are the emotions now, knowing that this fight was booked at one point, but now it's rescheduled for a sold-out crowd in San Diego?
I mean, at first I was bummed out that my fight, fell through at the time. But once I realized that I was going to be fighting in San Diego, which is also my home state, I'm really stoked about that because I get to be closer to all of my Latino people. So that's going to give me a lot of motivation to hear all their, all the noise and all their energy.
When Nina was in here, she said it was important for her to rebook this fight because she said it was just fair to you after she pulled out after the weigh-ins. Was it important to make this fight again, or did you just want to get back in there regardless of who it was?
I think it was the same thing for her. I think, we both got ready for the fight, and I have a lot of respect for her too. And I think just given the situation where she just kind of got sick just on the night before the fight. So I feel it was only fair for us to just get rebooked, and I was okay with that.
And a lot of people are going to bring up your last few performances, same as her, but you guys have essentially fought like the top 5 of 2 divisions. So what do you make of her as an opponent and the skills that she brings in on Saturday?
I mean, she's obviously a very tough opponent. She's been fighting the top 10 just how I have, and so people do look at that, the losses and stuff like that, but we've been fighting the best for, I think I got into the UFC at 3-0. I was 6 months of a professional. Within being a professional for a year, I was ranked number 6 in the world. So I've been fighting the best since so everybody's seen my professional career unravel on the biggest stage of the world. So it makes it kind of difficult, but I think this is important for me. I think it's going to bring out the best of me. We all show that all Mexican fighters, we always rise to the occasion. No matter how many times we fall, we're always going to come back stronger. And I feel that way about Nina too. I think she's got now the extra mom powers. We're having their daughter, and I'm sure she's got a lot of motivation. Having her wife win the championship just 2 weeks ago. So it makes for a great fight.
And Nina's, of course, moving up from strawweight to flyweight, a move you made in the past. Dustin Poirier once said that it took him a while to feel like a lightweight when he moved up rather than just a featherweight that wasn't cutting weight. So I'm curious, how long did it take for you to feel like an actual flyweight in there, and what are you expecting from Nina when she fights?
Well, I think we're not going to be very much different in size, which is given I think it's going to make it where we're not going to be super giant flyweights. I'm still not a huge flyweight. I think the weight cuts are kind of pretty much a lot easier than they are at strawweight, but it's still a little bit of a cut. My plans are still to eventually go down to strawweight, so I did get a little bit bigger to be at flyweight, but we're going to work down to get down at 115. And I think this is going to be a great fight. I think it's going to be hard to tell whether I settled in as a flyweight or not in this one, just because Nina is coming up as well. So I feel like just like her and I, it might take a little bit to actually settle in the flyweight and build all the muscle and feel just as strong as the rest of them.
I did want to ask about that, Cynthia, because you had announced on social media like, hey, 115. But then even previously when this fight was booked, it was going to be at 125. So can I ask, just what made you change to say, hey, I will take these at flyweight and I'm not going to maybe prioritize the move back to 115?
Well, actually, I was originally booked to fight Brianna Van Buren June 4th, and that one was going to be at 115. She pulled out, and then we spent a couple of weeks looking for an opponent, and Nina's name came up, and I was like, yeah, I'm down to fight Nina. And it's like, oh, well, Nina wants to fight at 125, though. And I'm like, you know what, this is an exception. I was planning to move down to 115, but with it being Nina, who was previously a 115er, I was like, I'll do this. I'll fight with her at 125.
And is plan still to start doing everything to make the move back down, or is it going to be like opponent by opponent basis kind of deal?
I think what's going to happen is we're going to get through this fight first, and then we're going to go back to the PI and rerun the test and do a practice weight cut and making sure that I'm going to be healthy enough to make the descent back to 115. But the plan is to get down to 115 before the end of the year.
Now, there's obviously a lot of Mexican talent on the card. You are Hispanic American. Do you feel a little bit of this momentum, not just with the fans, but also get the UFC back to Mexico kind of deal? Because it feels like a lot of the fighters is like, hey, just bringing the UFC back to their market could be a big deal too if they make an impact Saturday.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think we already make a big impact given why there's going to be UFC PI in Mexico. So I think it also motivates me. Obviously, being in California, being close to Mexico, definitely I'm gonna, feel out of my heart, have my family there, which is gonna make it more exciting. And I'm really stoked. I'm excited to represent all the Mexicans.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I think that's it.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Monster, sponsor me.
Well, Bruno, we're only a few days removed from another fight now, and with fans back in attendance. I'm curious what the nerves are now that you're only 2 days away.
Só faltam 2 dias aí para uma luta com galera, com torcida. Qual que é a emoção de lutar para a galera, para o pessoal?
Eu gosto de tumulto, né? Eu gosto de multidão, gosto de público, gosto de pessoas ao meu redor ali. Se é para apanhar, apanhe na frente de todo mundo. Se é para espancar alguém, na frente de todo mundo, né? Então eu tô muito feliz com o público, olha que a energia ali é surreal.
I like ruckus, man. I mean, if you're gonna get beat up, maybe in front of a bunch of people. If you're gonna beat somebody up, maybe in front of a bunch of people. The energy's gonna be great.
Is it now going to be hard if the UFC calls you and asks you to fight in the Apex now that you've had a couple fights with fans back in attendance?
E vai ser difícil se o UFC chamar você para lutar no Apex de novo depois de ter uma luta com gente aqui?
Quando eu lutei com o Jordan em dezembro, que eu lutei com o público, era o kart numerado Charles do Bronx, quando eu voltei a lutar sem público, é chato, né? Mas tem um lado bom também, então, como falei, eu sou funcionário do UFC, então se botar para lutar ali na calçada ali eu luto.
When I fought back in Charles's card, I mean, it was a great feeling there, and fighting now with fans. But if the UFC comes back and says, fight at the Apex, as I said, I'm an employee. I'll fight. If they line me up to fight somebody here in the sidewalk, I'll go ahead and do it.
And your opponent, Gerald, I think maybe one of the few middleweights that has more experience than you. You have almost 30 professional fights. Gerald has almost 40, maybe 50 professional fights. I'm curious what you make of him as an opponent.
Dessa vez você enfrenta o Gerald, que é um oponente que, uma coisa rara, mas é uma pessoa que tem uma experiência até maior que a tua. Você tem as suas 30 e poucas lutas profissionais, ele tem 40 e poucas de 50. Qual que é a tua visão de lutar com uma pessoa tão experiente como ele?
A última vez que eu tinha lutado com alguém que tinha tantas lutas foi na Rússia, foi o Shemelenko, né, que tinha 50 e 60. E a minha agora é de número 30 agora, e esse cara consegue ter mais luta do que eu ainda. E eu gosto desse tipo de luta porque já são 2 caras que têm uma história, que já têm uma bagagem, uma experiência maior. E ainda bem que é um cara já rodado. Eu não gosto de lutar com um cara que não tem nada a oferecer para mim.
Last time I fought somebody that actually had that kind of experience, I fought the Russian that had like 50 fights, so that was something. And now you get this guy here that has all that many fights. But I've always said that's the type of fighter I like to fight. I like to fight somebody that brings me some value, that brings something into the fight. So I'm very happy to fight somebody that can offer something for me in the fight, that can get something out of it.
And in terms of his skill set, I think he has 20 plus submission wins. He has the most submission wins in UFC middleweight history. So when you're approaching this fight, is the game plan just that easy? Stay off the ground with him and you will win?
Em termos de habilidades, ele tem 20 e poucas finalizações, é a maior recordista na categoria. E como é que você vê esse tipo de coisa, sabendo que ele é muito perigoso no chão? Ele é um cara de finalizar com submissão.
E eu sou muito perigoso em pé, né? Então, ambos vão ter que tomar cuidado nas áreas, mas, cara, eu sou faixa preta de jiu-jitsu. Então, é óbvio que eu vou ter que ter um cuidado diferente, mas não... Eu já lutei com vários faixa pretos, vários caras especialistas nisso, e no final, alguns me venceram e alguns teve que dormir mais cedo.
Yeah, it makes me laugh. I'm very dangerous standing up, man. And you know what? I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu. So I just think that, of course, there's going to be a different type of caution that I need to exercise in a fight like this because he comes with a different skill set. But I fought with many people like him that were black belts and doing things on the ground. But have I lost to some? Yes. But you know what? Some of them I put him to sleep a little earlier than expected.
And finally, for me, this month they announced Alex Bejeda is going to fight Israel Adesanya for the middleweight championship. I'm just curious what he makes of that matchup and who he sees winning between those two.
Última pergunta do você. com o anúncio da luta do Adesanya contra o Poatan, como é que você vê essa luta? Já que você está diretamente ligado a isso, como é que você vê? Que você acha que vai acontecer na luta como essa?
Toda entrevista que eu dei hoje, eu acho que perguntaram sobre essa luta, né, do Adesanya e Poatan, pelo fato da luta. É bom porque pelo menos viram que a gente fez uma grande luta e isso é interessante. Agora é o momento do Poatan e do Adesanya. Não tem nada a ver com esse momento. Minha parte é nocautear sábado. Mas eu vejo, como no atual momento, eu consigo ver o Poatan como favorito. Se o Adesanya lutar da forma que ele lutava 2 anos atrás, eu vejo o Adesanya ganhar a luta. Só que eu não sei se o Adesanya vai ser o Adesanya 2 anos atrás, né? No momento agora, o Poatan, acho que o Poatan vence.
Throughout this day with so much media stuff, a lot has been asked about that fight. I mean, everybody's been asking me about that fight, which it's a good sign because at the end of the day, I'm connected. It means that I've had a good fight with Poatan, with Alex in the past. So it means I'm connected to this fight. The thing is, I have something to worry about, which is obviously do my job on Saturday. But as far as that fight goes, I do see right now that Alex is the favorite. But if Adesanya fights the way he fought maybe 2 years back, I would see him winning the fight. But I don't think that that's the person that he's bringing right now, so I do see Alex as being the favorite for this one.
So to confirm, you feel that Adesanya needs to be more offensive, more aggressive if he's going to beat Pereira?
Só para confirmar, então, isso quer dizer que o Adesanya tem que ser mais agressivo, mais ofensivo, e só assim que ele vai ganhar do Poatan?
Pelo passo ele parar de lutar chato, né? Que na hora que ele vai lutar, dá um sono, meu Deus do céu. E ele tem que ser o Adesanya, cara. Ele é um cara muito habilidoso, né? Um cara bem mais rodado que o Poatan no MMA, mas o Poatan é campeão do Glória. Então, assim, os dois têm muita bagagem, né? O Adesanya tem que ser mais agressivo, como ele era há 2 anos atrás. Mas ultimamente... Na verdade, não sou muito fã desta luta dele, mas agora tá mais chato que antes.
Well, he needs to stop fighting boring. I mean, it's putting me to sleep, what he's been doing lately. I mean, but this is a guy that has so much baggage coming into MMA. We know what he's capable of, so much experience, but he does have, but of course, Alex, I mean, Glory, I mean, and everything that Alex comes up with, these are two very experienced fighters. But the thing is that Adesanya, yes, he has to fight aggressively. He has to be more offensive. I am not a fan of his fighting style, regardless. But I do think that if he needs to be a little less boring in order to win that fight, like he fought 2 years ago.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you dislike the movie Encanto?
Numa escala de 1 a 10, o quanto que você odeia o filme Encanto?
Because everyone says you don't talk about Bruno. The song is everywhere.
Porque todo mundo fala que você não fala do Bruno.
Do Bruno?
É a música do filme.
Esse filme, quando o filme é...
Encanto. O nome da música é We Don't Talk About Bruno.
Eu não lembro desse filme, não. Mas eu vou assistir com a minha esposa. Deve ser interessante. Tô para casar com ela de novo. Se for romântico, eu vou convidar você para o meu casamento de novo.
I haven't watched the movie, but I think I should watch it with my wife just to see what's going on. I kind of want to remarry her again, so I think that if there's some romance in the movie, it might spark some stuff.
E fala para ele que ele vai ter que dançar e comer as comidas do Brasil e vai ser até padrinho.
You're going to have to dance. Which is a thing. He's been asking everybody to dance if I went. And if we get remarried because of your suggestion, you come down to Brazil. You might even be one of the best men.
Hey man, I am ready.
Tô pronto, cara.
Let's go.
Tô pronto.
Finish. Bye, my friends.
dog or not. No,
We can get a chair for him.
All right, Angela. We were expecting to see you guys fight in October now and move it up 2 months. How exactly did this come about? She said that the UFC approached her. Is that true?
Yeah, I didn't call her. The UFC hit me up on Tuesday and they asked if I wanted to fight in San Diego, and I was like, yeah, of course. But they wanted to fight at 125, and that was the only stipulation for me. I definitely wanted it to be at least close to 115, so we settled on a catchweight at 120. But I was stoked to get the chance to fight in San Diego because I've always wanted to fight in hometown, and this is going to be my first time.
When she was in here, she said she probably could have made 115, but someone asked her if it took for 120. She said, sure. Could you have made 115 if they had asked you?
Yeah, for sure. So it's good that she said that too. I was hoping that she was on the smaller side. I remember she fought at 125 and weighed in a little under, so I was happy that she was willing to go down a little bit.
In terms of her skill set, she's one of these fighters like yourself that she wants to fight like every few weeks. I mean,
Yeah.
she said the time between her last fight and now was a long time, and just because the UFC didn't ask her. So, what do you make of her as an opponent and what she brings to the table?
I think she's a gamer, you know. She's a gamer just like me. She's not hung up on her record, and she's not intimidated by anyone, and that's really cool. Like that's how I am. That's how I've been since I got into the UFC. Every time I fight a big name, I'm like, all right, this is it. You know, I'm gonna knock her out, and then they're gonna ask me to fight for the title again. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened yet, but that's the mindset going into each fight, and I feel like she has a similar mindset.
How much did you know about her before being paired up with her? Because I believe Jessica beat her in her
Yeah.
UFC debut, right? So you probably helped her with the preparation for that. So how much did you know about her?
I watched a couple of her fights outside of the LF or outside of the UFC before she fought Jess. So we knew she was gonna be tough. We knew she was gonna be a hard fight, and we knew she liked to pick people up and put them down. So that's really what I knew about her before she fought Jess. And then working ESPN, I was able to not commentate, but do like the desk work when she would fight a couple, I think 2 times at least. So I knew a little bit about her, and just she impressed me. She was I think it's the mindset more than anything. The fact that she's so willing to get in there. There's so many girls you got to pull teeth to get them to show up to fight week, you know, or get them to sign a contract, and she's just happy to be there. So I always respect a fighter like that because they're so rare.
When she was in here, last question for me, she seems pretty confident that given the large amount of Hispanic fans here, that she's going to get cheered. Even though you're fighting in San Diego. So what do you make of that? And are you expecting to be cheered, obviously, against her?
Man, I don't know. I keep it pretty quiet in San Diego. I'm not running around like throwing parties or whatever. So we'll see. It's a big Mexican town. Like all my training partners or half of them are Mexican. You know, so so we'll see. We'll see if that makes a difference with the pop when she comes out. But man, like I've lived here for 7 years and I love it here. And if anything, she can enjoy the crowd pop. I'm gonna enjoy being in San Diego for the rest of my life and not fucking Canada. Fuck that.
How cool is it to be on the same card with your buddy Dominick Cruz?
It's pretty cool. I don't often get to fight on the same card as people that I've like shared a workout room with, so it's gonna be exciting. I'm happy that I have enough space where I can decompress and actually enjoy the fights as opposed to just going on and then missing everything. Sometimes when your teammate or when a friend is too close to you on the fight card, then you miss it. You just kind of have to go back and check it out. So it's gonna be good.
And then obviously fighting here, I have to imagine the second they moved you to San Diego, everyone and their mom asked you for tickets. You're very nice, so what is your go-to way of letting them down easy that they're not getting to the show for free?
Just I already gave them to someone. Like even if I didn't. No. I already promised somebody and they asked me a long time ago, so I'm sorry.
Now, in terms of the, fighters always talk about it like it's nice and it's epic, but it's a added level of stress. Everyone kind of wants to be part of the week, so to speak. Have you been able to manage that? Are you able to go home, or do you have everyone hey, Angela, I want to see you before you get out there? How do you handle all that?
It hasn't been too bad. I think if I were to fight in DC or New York, maybe that would be more of an issue. But everyone that I know out here already had tickets. And most of those guys, I moved out here to further my MMA career. So most of my friends are within that circle that understand what it's like to compete. They understand how stressful it is. So everyone's been able to give me my space.
Thank you.
Hey, Andrew, right here. What do you expect from the fight with Loopy? You guys are both on a string of decisions. Should we expect a technical matchup between the two of you, or are you ready to throw down in front of your
We're
hometown?
throwing down, man. We're throwing down. I know she's aggressive, and she seems to have one pace. She just goes. And when I fight people like that, that's when I get in the zone. That's when I get into that flow state. When people lull too much, when they try to fake me out like they're not going to do anything, and then they do something real fast, then it kind of takes me off of my game. So I think we're going to be throwing down the whole fight.
And the last thing I want to ask, you mentioned earlier not getting hung up on records. So, being on a 3-fight losing streak right now, I'm just curious, what is your main purpose for fighting at this stage of your career?
I don't know, man. It's 3-fight lose streak, but it's the first time in my career that's happened, and it's also there's a lot of asterisks by some of those losses that I've had recently. I still see myself as 4-2 right now, in my last 6 fights, and I think, if anything, getting definitive wins proves my case. So that's really what I'm trying to do, is prove my case, get more definitive wins, get finishes, and we'll see what happens after that. I'm not gonna sit here and call out the champ, but I'm definitely not losing faith in my abilities and losing faith in the fact that I know more than most of the girls on the roster right now when it comes to skill. I have more experience than most of them, so that's got to count for something. And I'm looking up to the old dudes that have done it before me. I still have aspirations to be the best. It's just taking each thing one fight at a time.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
And just one, we've seen fighters that have had good luck when they fight where they live and where they have their home crowd, and others that maybe like a Derek Lewis that's I don't want to fight in Houston. How do you temper that with the excitement to want to go in there and perform for around your friends and family, and how do you stay calm and not let the moment overtake you?
This is my first time fighting in front of home crowd, so I'll let you know afterwards how I handle that. But my fight career started in New York, and I was fighting Muay Thai, and it was always in front of my friends, my teammates. Everyone was there rooting for me when I would fight in New York. And I don't know. I think coming up that way, it didn't bother me. So I feel like that's going to be the same in San Diego. I don't think it's going to bother me. I think it's going to, if anything, feel more at home. I perform better when people are watching. I run faster when some guy down the street is watching me run, I think it boosts me as opposed to hinders me.
Kind of going off what you said, where you have a lot more experience than a lot of these women, you actually have the most fights in UFC strawweight history with 20. So
Hey.
I think you debuted, you were 1-0, 2-0 at that point, right? So you grew as a fighter here in the UFC. So were you aware of that record, and how proud of you of that record?
I think I wasn't sure if it was 20 or 21. But I guess it'll be 21 on Saturday. I'm really proud of that. And people will always look at my losses and be like, why is she still here? But they forget that I came in with one fight. I got kicked out. I came back, fought more, continued to fight the best of the best. So it's deceptive, my record is, as opposed when you look at that and compare it to the fighter that I am. So yeah, I'm very proud of what I've done. I think a fighter like Loopy is on her way to doing something like that too. Just being ready to go, always taking the biggest challenges, and it's something that a lot of people are scared of doing. And so I hold a lot of pride in just looking competition in the eye and saying I don't give a fuck. You know, like let's go, let's fight. This is what we're here to do. We're here to throw down. Cool. Okay. Thanks, guys.